I can't decide whether pyro slimes taste better with salt and pepper or garlic and herbs.
Restaurant? That place isn't even worth mentioning.
Try some creative cooking.
Restaurant? That place isn't even worth mentioning.
Hello, y'all. This could be an interesting stream.
If there's nothing better to do, we could go foraging for ingredients.
Shit, okay. Y'all, things get a little wild around here. My ass is drunk.
Open sesame! Aw, now I'm hungry.
That's great. Turns out I was doing this all wrong. Which I'm pretty sure on my main account I did the first time too. He must be calmed. His anger must be soothed. Done well. You've done very well. Thank you. Remember, some will try to cheat you with masks, but he will help you. He will always help you. Sure, I guess. That woman is like the Kitsune demon in a legend. I let her go. He's very angry. He's angry again. This is my sin. I mean, Jesus. Please forgive me. I will sacrifice again. I will sacrifice for the returning. Please forgive me. Please forgive me. Yeah, the voice line's gonna be weird. We'll be back tomorrow. Part of the reason I want to do story quests today is because the voice acting is, when I'm drunk, we're not okay. We're capable, but it's gonna be interesting. Herbs in bamboo basket have not been touched. Looks like the owner hasn't been here for a while. The herb, which is contaminated by targami, gives off the strong smell. Hasn't disappeared in the sea breeze. Maybe the trace of the smell can be tracked with the elemental sight. I don't know. Shit. Don't ask me to do shit like this. Yeah, I'm right here. I don't understand. I'm gonna have to pull this up. I don't. I don't get where to go.
Race you! Nice and spicy! Odds reveal! Race you!
I don't remember where to go.
Give up.
I don't remember the doctor's name. Shit.
Don't waste my time.
Oh.
By royal decree!
Try another test subject.
Eat this! Submit!
Cut down. Like this. Midnight Phantasmagoria.
I ended up having to look up where it was. This is kind of the downside of doing all of the battles before doing all of the quests. Some crates. Pharmacist's notes 1. Nako-sensei passed away today. This makes me the final traveling doctor still on the island. Ever since the Tatarigami outbreak began, it pains me to watch as the people who stayed behind on the island fall to illness one after another. There's nothing I can do about the Tatarigami's corruption but to continue the self-deception of making sweet lavender melon soup for people. Care is also a form of remedy. Since I always used to say that, but it's just a thing that medical professionals like ourselves say to make ourselves feel better. I mean, that's true. Sometimes all you can do is just... It's like the placebo effect. Sometimes all you can do is just help people as they die.
life is mine.
Finally,
Let's read this one. A woman came to me for help. She seems to be a relative of one of the miners. However, her conditions were extremely unique. My medical capabilities aren't sufficient to establish a diagnosis. All I can do is come up with this theory based on my instincts. It seems that the energies of the Tatarigami do not corrupt her. Instead, they flow freely inside of her. The patient's mind and body were not affected, but the consistent fever and the small amount of occasional bleeding are extremely hard to control. Though these symptoms are not lethal, I cannot be sure that they're not contagious. Perhaps only the hospitals in Sumeru would have a cure for this. Given her directions and told her where she'll be able to find the pirates. Uncle Onitaka may be greedy for riches, but he's also a righteous soul. He should be willing to help her. She has a child by the name of Shuji. I'll take good care of him once this is all over, but I cannot go to him to find him right now. It's not the right time yet. Bestie, if she's leaving her child, it is the right time. I mean, I don't want to be mean, but probably shouldn't leave a kid all alone. Seems wrong. That's all I'm gonna say.
it's my lucky day.
It's nothing.
By royal
It's my lucky day. Going somewhere. Finally. One strike. My blade.
Wait. Don't waste my time.
As you wish, mein Fräulein.
Submit.
Finally,
Taste my blade. I'm ready. Cut down. Like this.
Oh, there must have been actual enemies here, and then... An outlander with a chatty little fairy arrived on the island. They really came at a bad time. Thanks to the Outlander's help, my research has been fast-tracked. I never would have believed that things would go so smoothly. Next, I will travel to the southern shoals of Yashiori Island to test the effects of the medicine once more. This time I will be using the full dose. Whatever happens, I want to thank everyone for their help. From what I remember, it doesn't end well.
In a trade war, the perfect hunter leaves no trace.
Shit, I gotta pull up my interactive map. And I'm not logged into the right account. I'm working on I need to finish Nalan for my main account. No. Sorry, 1 minute. I have to make sure. I have to get logged into the right account.
We should look for a new investment. Mora doesn't grow on trees.
It's always hard with 2 accounts for the Interactive map to be logged in. Map. Okay. Now we'll go here. Oh, I didn't get close enough. I forgot. You can delete that. Oh, and y'all can tell I've been a good person. I've used my resin all but 1 day this week.
Well, why settle for less than more?
Is there a note around here? I thought there was. I mean, I guess you're left with the implication that he died.
Even if an antique is priceless, the happiness it brings lasts for only the moment that you obtain it.
Just because it's called I think it's called a Doctor's Odyssey. It's kind of what happened to him. He came out here, he had his Snaku weed, and I mean, it can be implied that he just died from the Tatargami, but also, like, it's really close to these guys, so maybe he died from them. Okay. I think we can go get another Inazuma. There'll probably be a lot of breaks in this stream, because when I've been drinking makes you go to the bathroom a lot.
By the protection of the Electro Archon, may the blossoms of the sacred Sakura bloom eternally. See that he stays safe. By the protection of the Electro Archon, may the blossoms of the sacred Sakura bloom eternally. Protection of the Electro Archon. May the blossoms of the sacred Sakura bloom eternally.
We should look for a new investment. Mora doesn't grow on trees.
That was almost bad. I knocked over my laptop. That could have been very bad. Okay. How long before I can get... Okay, I have 2 more before I can get the next. Okay. Yeah. Before I can get the next key. We're gonna buy more of these. And while I'm here, that does remind me to go to my teapot. Sorry, wrong one. I'm working on this one. My main account's definitely
Maybe
looking a
you
lot
are not
better
used
on
to-
the teapot.
If you ever have... Can't remember when I get the seed dispensary. I want to say it's Inazuma reputation, which means I need to work on reputation. Okay, that's what I thought. I didn't think I had anything. Oh, I added, we've got the book from the summer event here. Alright, now go work on the story, move along the story finally. I bought Trillies
It's like twice the alcohol content of the usual. And I can tell. It's actually, some of them are fine. Some of them are kind of gross. Like, I usually like the berry trees.
Even if an antique is priceless,
But
the
with twice the
happiness it
alcohol
brings
content,
lasts
they're
for
kind
only
of
the moment that
nasty.
you obtain it.
I don't know. Like, I do drink, but I don't. Sorry, that's like, I don't want something like super alcohol-y. I'd rather drink a lot and then get hit with the alcohol than drink a little. Okay. Sorry. I had to go
In
throw
a
that
trade
away.
war, the perfect hunter leaves no trace.
I also made, I know it's only a new year, but for future reference, for Maddie, I made biscuits. We're gonna turn
We're looking for the
dialogue
Great
on
Mujina Yokai.
to autoplay.
Do you know where it lives? Great Mujina Yokai? What's that? Huh? You've never heard of it? It's a sneaky monster that goes around playing tricks on people. It's got magic powers and can even shapeshift into anything it wants. One time, the Great Mujina Yokai stole some rice from our house. And this other time, it pushed my dad into the river.
Are you sure it wasn't
Naughty little monster.
you? Why are you looking out for it?
Because we finally found out how to chase it away. My dad said that the Great Mujina Yokai likes to play tricks on people who stay out all the time and don't come home when they're supposed to. So all we need to do
I
is
think he's
chase
just
it
trying to
away.
teach you
Then
about
we can come out and
curfews.
play whenever we want. This monster sounds scary, though. Aren't you guys afraid? Surely your parents must be worried about you. Oh, not really. I told my dad that I was gonna find the Great Mujina Yokai with some friends, and he didn't even say anything. So we think it must be weak right now. It's probably hiding away so it can rest.
Yeah, so as long as we get home before it gets its strength back, we'll be safe.
Something sounds very strange about all this, but Paimon can't say exactly what it is. Yeah, Paimon feels like the Great Mujina Yokai is one of those storybook monsters that doesn't exist in the real world. We should tell them so they don't waste all their time looking for
I mean, why? People tell their
it.
kids about
Children,
Santa
listen up.
Claus.
There's no need to go looking for the Great Mujina Yokai, alright? Because it isn't real. Huh?
No way!
That's impossible! My dad wouldn't lie to me. Your folks are just worried about you is all. They don't want you wandering too far from home because it's too dangerous. That's not true. The Great Mujina Yokai is definitely real. Yeah! Yoimiya's even making some weapons for us. And then she's gonna show us how to blow it up! Yoimiya, huh? Wait, as in fireworks prison break, Yoimiya?
We told her all about the Great Mujina Yokai. She said we shouldn't be scared of it. We should learn how to chase it away instead.
We've been waiting for ages now. And finally, Yoimiya said that today's the day! Uh-huh. Yoimiya plays with us and tells us stories all the time. She wouldn't tell a lie. But... Come on, let's get out of here and go find Yoimiya. Wait, hold on, don't go! They didn't seem to take that very well. But Paimon was only trying to look out for them. Who knows what Yoimiya's got to do with this? Let's follow the kids and see what's going on.
Mia's quest kind of reminds me of Child's with the, like, keeping childhood dreams alive type thing. Which I can respect, but also, like, I mean, I think I've talked that I'm just not super into Yoimiya as a character.
Cheer up, guys. Don't be so down. She was only joking back there. How could the Great Mujina Yokai not exist, huh? But we've never seen it for ourselves. That's because the Great Mujina Yokai is extra powerful. And that's exactly why I need your help, isn't it? It's okay. Don't be discouraged. Hey, remember, if you want to be a hero, you gotta have patience. And wisdom, too. Even if you can't find it right now, it'll definitely show up before the fireworks show starts. So, remember to come and pick up your weapons from me before then, okay? No matter how powerful the Great Mujina Yokai might be, it's no match for my specially made fireworks. Just light them up and you'll scare it off no problem. It's up to you guys to protect your homes, your crops, and your folks. Got it! Thanks, Miss Yoimiya. We'll try and be more patient. Oh, yeah, hold up a sec. I have a few slips of paper for you guys, one each. Remember to give it to your parents and tell them to keep it safe. Just tell them it's from Yoimiya. They'll know what it's about. Okay, thank you, Yoimiya. We're gonna go back now.
Oh, thanks, Yoimiya. Come play with us soon.
Sure thing, will do. Take care on the way back, and I'll see you later. So... So it was you guys. I guessed as much from the way the kids described you. No worries, though. I'm not blaming you. The Great Mujina Yokai is pretty popular with the kids, so of course they're gonna get upset if someone tries to tell them it doesn't exist. Okay, but it definitely doesn't exist, right? Yeah, the first time I heard about it, I knew straight away that was probably something the parents had come up with to stop the kids from running off all the time.
My phone.
But when the kids asked me about it, I didn't want to break it to them. I just told them that it looks cute and likes to play pranks and doesn't hurt people. So, I guess now the kids' impression of the Great Mujina Yokai is mostly influenced by me. Huh. So in a way, this monster is all a product of your creativity? Maybe so. In any case, I'm not gonna be the one who exposes it. Sure, it's likely that the parents just wanted to stop the kids from staying out all the time, but they could have easily had other reasons too. If I just go ahead and tell them that the Great Mujina Yokai doesn't exist without knowing the full story, then who knows? I might be doing more harm than good. Besides, they're just kids. They should be allowed to believe it if it makes them happy. That's more important to them than questioning what's real and what isn't. Heck, I entertain my fair share of fantasies too. The fire diamond that spins around and shoots out lights that are all the colors of the rainbow. Ooh, the mist spirits that live far off in the mountains and guide you to fairyland if you can find them. I know that they don't really exist, but I still enjoy believing in them. If someone came up to me and started telling me to stop being so stupid, they don't exist, I'd give them the evil eyes and tell them to get the heck out of my face because it's just so annoying.
Yikes, Yoimiya.
Right? So what if it's made up? It's also really awesome and kind of magical.
Like I said, it's kind of like Santa Claus.
The things we believed and the experiences we had when we were young turn into our priceless treasures as we grow up. When you were kids, sure, you guys believed in things like heroes who slew dragons and sacred swords that cut through darkness. It's the same thing. If we tear apart these kids' fairy tales now, what else do we have to tell them? That Inazuma's locked down? All the grim tales of the Vision Hunt decree?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely very different than...
Yeah! Oh, way too early. For sure!
Like I said, we're definitely not in a situation of Inazuma, so I can't be like, oh yeah, like I don't remember being that devastated that Santa and like the Easter Bunny and stuff weren't real. I'm pretty sure the only one I ever asked my parents about was Santa, because once Santa wasn't real, like, none of them were real. Like, it's just not true. But we're in a way different situation. Like, Santa being real wasn't like the only Santa wasn't the only happiness in life, because once Santa wasn't real, it's just like, okay, I'm getting the same amount of presents just from my parents.
Whether you understood me or not, don't you worry. I'll take care of the kids and make sure they stay safe. Okay, it's about time I headed back. The Naganohara fireworks show is just around the corner, and there's still a lot of things to get ready.
Naganohara fireworks show? Is that hosted by your family or something?
Well, yeah. I mean, that's why our name is on the event. It's well known throughout Inazuma. Oh, on the subject, are you busy these days? If not, then you should totally come along. I'll prepare an extra pretty firework just for you.
Nah, I'm not really that busy. I kind of have already been to all 3 of the original islands that came out of Inazuma, so...
In that case, come with me to Naganohara. We'll go see my boss. There's still a few fireworks to finish off before the show. Inazuma is home to the Yai Publishing House, and a lot of people who like to write stories too. In fact, most of what they write is based off of the kinds of fairy tales I was just talking about. A lot of them have bad endings though. Like, the fire diamond will get put in a rich person's gallery where it will never be ignited again. Or, someone will see the mist spirit and not manage to catch it, but because they angered it, it'll never show itself again. The hero who slays the dragon becomes the next dragon. The sacred sword that once fought the darkness now becomes a doomsday weapon. I know these kinds of stories are all the rage nowadays, but I really can't bring myself to like them. If something's magical, it should be kept that way.
No, I agree. Like, you can only take so much of, like, the kind of depressing story. As someone who does read, like, manga and manhwa and stuff, like, I do just prefer to read kind of the stuff that at the very least has happy endings and not so much the sad endings, because you can only take so much. I apologize. I said there'd be lots of breaks, and it's true. We already gotta go again.
Even if an antique is priceless, the happiness it brings lasts for only the moment that you obtain it. In a trade war, the perfect hunter leaves no trace. Even if an antique is priceless, the happiness it brings lasts for only the moment that you obtain it. We should look for a new investment. Mora doesn't grow on trees.
Alright. I'll warn my future self now that this may not be a long stream. I'm very drunk already.
Hey, Pops, I'm back.
The fireworks show is almost upon us, and the fireworks for each family are almost ready. Oh, new faces? Who are these two?
Not
Friends
really.
or customers?
Not new.
A bit of both, actually. They were in Inazuma just recently. Can't let them miss out on a fireworks show after coming all this way, can we?
Well, either way, come on in and have a seat. And I, Naganahara Ryunosuke, will tell you all about the long history of the Naganaharas.
That can wait. Pops, I need to ask you about something.
A long, long time ago.
Pops has started telling his stories again. Sorry about this. Ever since Pops had his accident, his ears don't work too well.
What accident? Do we ever find
It
out?
almost seemed like you were having a coherent conversation.
Much, much later, people eventually realized that if you grind certain materials into dust, they burn with many beautiful colors.
Pops, wait!
Huh? What's that?
Did they deliver those firework materials that we ordered yet?
Oh! Yesterday's fireworks have all been delivered. So have the ones from the day before yesterday. And the ones from the day before that.
No, Pops, I meant the materials. The materials that we ordered. They should have arrived today.
Ah, today's fireworks are almost ready too. Don't you worry. Your old man's skills are still as sharp as ever.
No, Pops, the materials. The raw materials for making fireworks.
Sorry?
Materials!
Oh, the materials!
Yes, the materials! Sorry, Paimon got all excited because you finally got the message across.
The materials aren't here yet. The couriers did come over to explain why, but, well, I think they did, but I couldn't quite hear what they were saying.
No worries. As long as we know, that's fine. We can just make them later. Don't forget to take the goods in when they deliver them. Okay, Pops?
Of course. Leave it to me.
Oh, sorry if we were a little loud. It's always the way, though. It's like that every time I need to ask Pops something. That's my Pops. He's a good person, all right. Everyone around here respects him. Because my Pops is deaf, he never argues with anyone and never contradicts them. He just listens cheerfully. When I was little, I thought it was because he really understood me and agreed with whatever I had to say. So, I told my Pops everything. Eventually, I realized that the reason he was like that was that he's deaf. But I still tell him stories every day.
So was he like deaf the whole time, or is he deaf from
It just makes
fireworks?
me happy to see him smile, and it keeps him from being
It's
lonely,
kind of
right?
important.
Anyway, more importantly right now, the fireworks show is right around the corner and the materials still haven't arrived. We need to think of an alternative.
Yoimiya? Is that you?
Oh, you scared me there! I thought I told you to be more careful before you speak.
Sorry.
Hold on, I'm coming over.
I don't know. You should make
No one's looking.
Zhongling.
Okay, you can come out now. Come around the side.
I'm gonna throw out first.
We're lucky that no one from the Tenryo Commission was around. Otherwise, we'd all be in big trouble.
Sorry, I guess I was a little rash, but when I heard you come back, I just...
Don't worry, Sakujiro. So far,
at least everything is going according to plan. We're going to look for firework materials shortly. While we're out, we'll sort out the boat situation for you, as promised.
Thank you for all your help.
He's one of our old customers. He came back to Inazuma from the outside world not long ago. While he was smuggling himself in, the Tenryo Commission found him and put out a
Sounds
warrant
about
for his
right.
arrest. An arrest warrant? Shh! Keep it down! We don't want to draw any unwanted attention. If Sakajiro was caught, there's no knowing what crimes they could charge him with. All we can do is find him a boat and send him out of Inazuma again. Yeah, we know it's going to be dangerous, but there aren't many other options left.
What if the boat capsizes? Drowning is really scary. If things are this bad, couldn't you have just not come back in the first place?
Well, there's something I felt I had to do. But as soon as I got back, I started hearing about all these unbelievable changes. I had made my mind up originally, but now I'm not sure anymore. I didn't want to cause any trouble for Yoimiya or Mr. Ryunosuke, but I'm very grateful to them for taking me in.
Hey, no worries. You're more than welcome. Remember what I said? As long as you've got that little piece of paper, you'll always be a valued customer of the Naganoharas.
Little piece of paper?
Yep, the same paper slips as the one I gave to the kids earlier. Whenever a customer orders fireworks for a commemorative event, we always include a little paper slip with the goods. Only people from inside my family can understand what's written on it. It's the recipe for the fireworks they ordered. If someone shows a Naganohara that paper slip, we guarantee we can make the exact same firework as the original one they purchased, whether it's 10 or even 100 years later.
Wow, that is so awesome!
It's a family tradition. All our regular customers know about this.
The slip I have is from back when my parents ordered fireworks for Mr. Ryunosuke. Now that I think about it, it must be nearly 20 years ago. I would have thought that things would turn out the way they have.
It'll be fine. Escaping in a boat is just a last resort for if there's no other way. I'll still try and come up with a different solution, because it'd be much better if you could stay in Inazuma. Whatever their reasons might be, if our customers come to us looking for help, we're not about to leave them high and dry.
Thank you. This way, I still have some time to consider my options.
All right. Well, let's not stay out here in the open for too long.
Yeah, you
Hurry up
probably
and
should
get
have
back
been inside the
I'll
whole
let you know
time.
as soon as I have an update for you.
All right, I'll leave it to you then, I guess.
It's a shame. They still wouldn't give him a permit, even though he was born and raised in Inazuma. Speaking of, you guys only got here recently. How did you manage to get a permit?
Even then, we only got through thanks to some help from Miss Hiragi Chisato of the Kanjo Commission.
I see. So you had big shots helping you. I guess that won't be of much help to Sakajiro.
I mean, we could probably talk to her,
I
but
just
probably
wish the
not.
commissions could be a little bit more flexible. I bet nowhere else you've been is quite like Inazuma, huh? Well, no matter what, I have to find a way to help him. I'm sorry. I invited you to come watch the fireworks, but now I have to run a few errands. You don't have to join me if you don't want to. I can go sort out the firework materials in the boat by myself, and then you can come meet me back at the house later. Oh, cool! Then let's start with Sakajiro's boat. We can chat along the way. Oh yeah! If it's fine with you, can I ask how you two first met?
She saved me from drowning this one time.
Fishera.
We started traveling together. Why do you ask?
Nothing. I'm just quite envious of your relationship. If my pops had a person like you around, his being deaf would hold things up all the time. Koichi, I'm here! How is the boat coming along?
Yeah, it's, all right, I guess. Wait, should we really be talking about this in front of them?
Oh, don't worry, they're my friends. You can trust them. They came with me to check up on the boat.
Yeah, you could say we're all in the same boat here.
Oh, I see. Sorry, I didn't mean to doubt you. I'm just being cautious. The boat is ready, but I'll have to be discreet moving it here.
Huh? Why is that?
Because of the Sokoku Decree. The Tenryou Commission is really suspicious of any kind of seaborne vessel. Even the smallest ones, they'll stop and interrogate us, demanding to know what we plan on doing with it. It's a real nuisance.
I understand. I'm sorry for dragging you into the...
Don't be silly. I'm actually happy you came to me for help. I've always come to you for fireworks, and again this time. So just consider this my way of saying thank you. Right, I'll go fetch the boat now. I should be back shortly.
Thank you. Oh, if it's on the way, you can always pick up your fireworks from my house. Everything was made in strict accordance with what was on the paper slip. You won't find the slightest thing wrong with them.
All right then. The fireworks show will be starting soon, won't it? You should make sure your new friends get to see it. It's an Inazuma tradition after all.
Yep, that's the plan. Oh, you know what? You should tell them about your past. About the first time you ordered fireworks for my family.
That's a long story, actually. Where do I start? Maybe I'll come back to that after moving the boat here.
Oh, right, yeah. Got caught up in the conversation there.
Okay, well, I'll leave you to it for now and meet you back here later.
Lucky you reminded me. Otherwise, I would have ended up chatting the rest of the day away. I've been so busy with the fireworks business these past few days that I haven't had a moment to stop and chat with anyone. It's killing me. Of course, Pops is happy to listen to me chatter away, but because he can hardly hear anything, it's difficult to get an interesting reaction from him. And I'm doing it again, aren't I? What I meant to say was, while Koichi is bringing the boat here, we should try to find some firework materials. I need to make fireworks not just for you guys, but for those kids and Sakajiro as well. We're missing a lot of materials. It'll be fine. It's actually like this every year. There's always a bunch of extra orders to slot in here and there. When people want fireworks, it's always because they have something to commemorate. And if they miss the chance, they might never get another one.
That's
so,
true.
No matter
We
how
never
busy
really
I am,
do fireworks again after this. I can't remember if there's fireworks in the second part of Yoimiya's quest.
Oh, I do! I really do! Being born into a family of fireworks makers, I feel like since I was a kid, I've been obsessed with watching things go boom! And then seeing all the lights and colors and, what I really wanted to say was, don't worry about me. It'll all be fine. sorry. It's just that good conversation can be as fleeting as fireworks sometimes, you know? So, when I'm in the mood and I've got a lot to say, I just have to get all out there in one go and leave no regrets. Let's head to the city. I think I'll try my luck with some people that I know.
At some point.
Question! Doesn't it hurt your voice talking all the time?
It can get uncomfortable, I guess. But what else would I be using my voice for?
Huh. You kinda have a point.
Ah, here we are. Hello, Morihiko. How's business these days?
Yoimiya, there you are. I thought you might show up. Ha, no need to beat around the bush. You're here for the fireworks materials, I assume. I put a batch aside just for you. It'll definitely be enough.
Huh? Really? How did you know?
Because a fireworks show is coming up. And that usually means you'll be running all over the place trying to get your hands on some last-minute materials. I've come to expect it now. There's always a few extras unaccounted for, eh?
Oh, I'm so sorry for bothering you every time.
Ah, come on now. You know I didn't mean it like that. I'd sooner have my business go under than turn down one of your requests. What about you two? Are you the ones needing some fireworks made?
Kind of. I mean, I don't need them.
Once when I had an argument with my son, Yoimiya was the one who came and calmed him down. I'm hopeless at communicating with him. If it wasn't for Yoimiya, who knows? He probably would have run away by now.
Nah, he was never gonna come to that. He's a sensitive kid and he cares a lot about your feelings. It's just, he doesn't know how to express it. Maybe if you turn that frown upside down once in a while, he might feel more at ease.
Yeah, I guess I'm probably too serious around him. Which is strange, because I don't think I'm anything like that when I'm talking with other people.
Don't worry about it. No one's perfect. If you have any more trouble in the future, just come to me. Even if it's not fireworks related, I'll happily oblige. Customers come first. Always.
All right then. Everyone's always saying what a good kid you are. Your father must be very proud of you. Go ahead and take the ore, by the way. It's on the house.
Oh, no you don't. That's out of the question.
Don't worry. Just take it as a token of my gratitude.
Gratitude won't pay your bills, though. Don't do this to me. Can't we just play by normal business rules here?
I already said it's fine. Please, just take it. Surely you've got a load of other things you need to get done today.
Well, how about this then? I'll record this in my notebook, and we can consider it a down payment against any fireworks you want to purchase in the future.
There's no convincing you, is there? All right then, if you insist. Pass on my regards to your dad. Tell him Morihiko wishes him health and happiness.
Will do. You look after yourself as well. Don't push yourself too hard. You don't want to make yourself ill again.
Everyone seems to really like you, Yoimiya.
Well, for one thing, if you want to commemorate something, naturally you're gonna want something loud, bright, and
I
beautiful.
love fireworks. I didn't do the 4th of July this year, but it was like the first year that I
we wouldn't be able to
didn't.
stay in business. Anyway, we've gotten all the materials we need now, so that solves that problem. Next, we just need to go find someone to process them.
Like, even last year I went to a fireworks show where I lived. But this year I didn't. I just moved here and I'm pretty sure I streamed and I'm also pretty sure I drank. But not like this. Besties. I gotta go get some water. We're not okay.
The new book from Yai Publishing House is out. Come take a look.
Is there time for a quick snack? I'll whip one up in no time.
Characters. The new book from Yai Publishing House is out. Come take a look.
Stop adding weird abilities to the characters.
Surely it'd be more interesting for the protagonist to discover their ability to stop time freely. The new book from Yai Publishing Characters. Come take a look. Surely it'd be more interesting for the protagonist to discover their ability to stop time here.
I can't decide whether pyrosines taste better with salt and pepper or garlic and herbs.
The new book from Yai Publishing House is out. Come take a look.
Stop adding weird abilities to the characters.
Surely it'd be more interesting for the protagonist to discover their ability to stop time here. The new book from Yai Publishing House is out. Come take a look.
Stop adding weird abilities to the characters.
Oh, I must have matched with my headphones last time. I can tell because when I put them on, they're like really loose.
Time for a quick snack? I'll whip one up in no time.
Hajime, Mr. Aminoma, it's me.
Ah, Yoimiya. If I'm not mistaken, you must be here for some firework materials.
Yes,
Seems
indeed.
like everyone knows how busy Yoimiya gets leading up to the fireworks show.
I'm very sorry. Would you be able to wait for a while? I have quite a backlog of weapons orders right now.
Don't worry. Oh, wait. Actually, yeah, that could be a problem.
Some worries. How about this? Do you need a hand? As long as we can get through your orders, you can help me process my ore, right?
That will depend on my master.
Oh, you don't mind, do you, Mr. Aminoma? As you know, it's not long now until the Naganohara fireworks show starts. There's still a lot of fireworks left to make. If I don't finish them on time...
Talkative as ever, I see. Dear child, the essence of Amenoma art is patience and focus. When the mind is disturbed,
I hate to disturb the mind, but we need it.
if you badger Hajime like this, you will only succeed in disrupting his concentration.
But this is a special circumstance, surely. The Naganohara fireworks show is right around the corner.
So give me your ore, and I will process it for you.
Huh? Master, you mean you'll do the work personally?
Is that
Shit,
so
put it on my
surprising?
couch.
It is, after all, the only option.
Thank you for helping out, Mr. Aminoma.
You're quite welcome. The Naganohara Fireworks Show is an important event. This I know well. In addition to this, I am indebted to Ryunosuke for all the business he has given me. But Yoimiya, you should plan things more carefully in the future. Do not rush everything at the last minute.
I'll try my best. In the future, I'll get some extra materials in to cover any unexpected changes of plan late in the day.
Though for you, dear child, no matter how much you prepare in advance, it may never be enough. Excuse me. I will be back shortly.
Oh, the water is definitely helping.
Wow, Mr. Aminoma! Just look at the shape and size of these grains. It's beautiful. I'm at a loss for words. It's been a while since I've seen you take up your tools, but it looks like your craft hasn't degraded one bit.
Of course. I have studied these techniques my whole life. They are impossible for me to forget.
So, have Amenoma Art and Naganohara Fireworks been working together for a long time already?
Back in the day, it was my master, and Ryunosuke's father. The people may have changed from one generation to another, but the ingredients required to make fireworks have remained the same. Hajime, in the future, this will be up to you.
I know.
All right, I won't bother you guys any longer. Oh, remember to come and watch the fireworks. Okay, time to head off. Koichi probably isn't back just yet, but let's go wait for him.
Okay. Unrelenting patience and willpower to
Oh. Opposite direction. Oh shit, I'm like stuck.
Just as I thought, he isn't back yet. But not to worry, because actually, I've been hoping for a chance to have a nice long chat with you all day. Sorry for dragging you with me everywhere. Everyone's been so good to me, though. It's all gone really smoothly.
Feels like Paimon has barely spoken a word this whole trip.
I felt like I was neglecting you guys, so I wanted to find an opportunity to catch up. When we first met, I was in a hurry. We didn't have a chance to sit down and have a proper chat. You guys are travelers, right? So, where else did you go before coming to Inazuma? Ooh, sounds great! I heard they pretty much have no rules over there, right? So people are free to live their
not
life
so
however they
much.
want, doing whatever makes them happy. My pops actually received a gift from one of his old customers over there. It was from the winery or something.
I mean, they definitely have rules.
Their dandelion wine is super famous.
They just don't have like
Yes, that's the one. I remember when he
king
drank
or
it.
anything.
I've never seen him
They have
enjoy a
law.
bottle of wine so much in his life. He was telling me all night about how good it tasted. My friend once said to me that only people with a strong will and a clear purpose decide to go traveling. Maybe it's to see a certain view or to fulfill a certain
Is that
wish.
Kazuha?
So, what made you guys embark on your treacherous journey to Inazuma?
And we're looking for answers from the gods, too.
You were separated from your family because of a god? Oh. That must be really tough. I get it. Well, if that's how it is, then that's how it is. You know, I was going to ask if you guys wanted to stay here in Inazuma.
I mean,
unlike the outside world, what
not
Inazuma seeks is eternity.
really.
In other words, a state of tranquility where very little ever changes.
I think if I was
The
gonna
advantage
stay
of that is
anywhere,
that
it
if
would be
you're ever tired from your
Sumeru
journey, Inazuma's
or
a great place to come and
Fontaine.
rest.
Which is funny because I
let me put
didn't
it this
super
way.
like
I was
the
just worried that you
storyline
might
of
be getting
Fontaine.
weary.
Like, it
If
wasn't
you
like I
keep pressing
disliked
on
it,
in
I
that
was just
state,
kind of
you might
eh.
start to lose sight of the things that made you want to
But
start
I
your journey
really
in the
liked
first
the
place.
vibe of Fontaine. Specifically the city.
It's also just how it is.
When you're exhausted, everything becomes an uphill struggle. Even trying to have fun. You won't be able to enjoy yourself if you're too tired. An adventurer friend of mine once told me that if you're too focused on reaching the end of the race, you'll miss a lot of opportunities and precious moments to be had along the way.
I feel like this is Hoyo telling us not to just do the quest, but to do everything along the way.
Don't worry though.
No,
I'm
I
sure
will
can think
bear
of
that
some
in
way to get you
mind,
feeling relaxed and
as
happy.
I always have.
And you're here now, so even if you're gonna leave eventually, I want to make sure you at least leave with fond memories. Who knows? Once you're reunited with your family, maybe you'll find Inazuma the right kind of place to call home.
I don't know, like, Inazuma is beautiful, don't get me wrong. I just like, there's places I like more. I don't know, I said Sumeru and Fontaine, but honestly, I'd love to settle down in Mondstadt. There's just something about the first place you go that is really great.
I already have an idea of the color and type of fireworks I want to give you guys. I'll keep it a secret for now, though.
Yoimiya, I'm back. Sorry to keep you waiting. Let's head over to the boat. Or, did you want to keep chatting a little longer? Okay, good. Let's go then. Just act naturally, though we don't want to raise any suspicion.
If it can withstand the storms out on the ocean, it must be super sturdy, right?
Absolutely. Rest assured that the quality is guaranteed.
Is that really though? I've been paying attention if we're close to the end of this quest.
Race you!
I like vaguely remember this story.
That's way too small.
Can't be helped, I'm afraid. This is the biggest and sturdiest boat that I can provide. It's built from the finest Inazuman timber. Still, I'll be the first to admit that if he's planning to ride this into the storm, it's going to be exceedingly dangerous.
I mean,
I'm also hoping Sakujiro won't have to use it. It's just there as a last resort. I gotta say though, Koichi, it feels like your craft has improved once again.
I'm not the one you should be praising. It's all thanks to the guys who kindly pitched in. To avoid detection, we each worked on our own materials separately, then assembled them secretly in the night. This is the largest we could afford to build. Any bigger and there's no way it would pass the Tenryou Commission's inspection.
Let's store the boat here for now then. I'll fill Sakujiro in when I get back. He'll need to make some preparations before setting sail.
Uh-oh. Paimon feels really worried all of a sudden. Doesn't helping Sakujiro make you a collaborator in the eyes of the Tenryou Commission?
Maybe it does, but I knew what I was getting into from the moment I agreed to help him. My family has pretty good connections with the Yashiro Commission. We work very closely with them. And whenever there's a national event of any sort, the other two commissions come to us too. As long as I'm polite and respectful and don't cause a fuss, they won't look to cause trouble for me either. And
until
anyway,
they come
to your
for
point
your
about
vision.
collaboration, you've been helping out too, right?
That's true. This was all a collaborative effort. Wait. Oh no!
Ah, so you're seasoned crooks already, eh? Don't know what I
Yeah,
was
we were
worried about
accused
then.
of killing a god. It's
Anyway,
like a whole
thanks
thing.
for everything, Koichi. And your fireworks are ready, so just go pick them up from my house whenever you want. While you're there, you can get my pops to settle the boat construction fees.
Oh, don't worry about paying anything. Third Sis would be sure to scold me if she found out I'd taken Mora from the Naganoharas.
Who's Third Sis?
Oh, let me me explain this one. It's a story my pops told me. There used to be a thriving merchants guild in Inazuma. It got really prosperous. At one point, there were a dozen or so kids born around the same time to the families of the guild. They all grew up together, each of them learning their respective family's business. They were a tightly knit group of friends. But eventually, they all grew up and decided they each wanted to go into business themselves. It was inevitable that business would send them all to different corners of the world, and that they'd have far less opportunity to see each other in the future.
That's right. Just before we went our separate ways, the eldest of the group suggested that we should all go watch some fireworks together one last time.
They were all very ambitious types, and each had their own knack for doing business. One by one, they left, until Koichi was the only one of them remaining in Inazuma. After that, he hardly saw them. But whenever one of them did come back to visit, fireworks would always be involved.
Yeah, no matter how close you and your friends are, there's always going to be some distance after being separated for a long time. But as soon as the fireworks lit up the sky, it'd instantly take us right back to our childhood, and we'd be chatting away like in the old days. To us, those memories are eternal.
Oh, so this is what you meant when you were talking about commemorating things.
Yep, that's exactly right. That's why I can't let people down when they're counting on me for their fireworks. Anyway, I need to go update Sakujiro. See you, Koichi. Thanks again for your help.
Yeah, I should get out of here too. I don't want to get caught red-handed.
Okay, story time. So, whenever Koichi brings one of his friends from the trade association to see me, they always mention how they used to play with me when I was a kid, or held me once as a baby, or something. But there are so many of them in that friendship group, and I don't remember anything from that age anyway, so I never have a clue who they are. One time, he shows up with another one of his friends, and the friend asks me if I remembered him. So I'm like, yes, I do! You held me once when I was just a baby. Koichi just bursts out laughing and says, actually, this is one of his carpenter friends. Turns out, he's a lot younger than he looks. Just a few years older than me. I went bright red and must have apologized like a million times. It was so embarrassing.
That is kind of funny. Shit, I'm in the wrong way.
The boat is already and waiting. I'll mark the location for you on the map. Before you leave, I recommend that you pack some food and water. You can never be too prepared.
After how much effort it took to get back in, it's hard to convince myself to leave again. Especially when I'll be going up against the stormy ocean on a tiny little boat. My prospects don't look great.
Well, they won't look much better if you get caught by the Tenryou Commission.
They don't look
Sooner or
great.
later,
Just
they are going to
hiding
find you
out
here.
here.
Time is starting to run out.
I'm sorry. I'll make sure to get out of here before they come. I promise, I won't cause you and your family any more trouble.
I didn't mean it like that. If we ever ran into any problems, I'm sure I'd figure something out. But if the Tenryou Commission does catch up to you, then make a run for the boat.
Okay, I won't let them catch me. But... no, I guess this whole trip was a waste in the end.
Why did you want to come back to Inazuma anyway? Is there something you wanted to do?
I didn't used to like this place at all. That's why I left. But looking back on things now, I was really just running away from my responsibilities. Once I started to realize that, I got restless. I couldn't stop thinking about the people and the things I'd left behind. So I... forget it. What does it matter now? It's too late anyway. I originally wanted to make up for all my regrets, but instead, I found myself in the situation I'm in now.
What a pity.
Talk to us about it. Maybe we could...
If only there was no Sakoku decree, huh? Anyway, don't worry. We're not going to bother you about it. We'll keep trying to buy you as much time as possible until you reach your final decision. The Tenryou Commission. If only they weren't so overzealous, there might be a way. Oh, that's right! An elderly couple, old customers of ours. Their son's in the Tenryu Commission, isn't he? Yeah, quite high up as well. That's it. I'll go talk to them. Maybe they can do something.
Are you sure they won't just report me instead?
Oh, don't worry about that. They're really nice people. I know them well. They won't cause us any issues. All right. You should get back indoors, Sakujiro. We'll be back in no time at all. Okay, let's go. Time waits for no one. Wait, hang on. What about the fireworks? All those materials? Oh, there's so many orders to finish. Pots? Pots? No, never mind. I know. I'll write him a note telling him to sort out the fireworks.
Why did you cut Paimon off earlier?
Because what he needs isn't an answer. Just time.
Why does it keep telling me that my overlay expert requires stuff? So stupid. How long have I been streaming? Oh my god. This was a bad idea. I'll never make it longer than like an hour when I'm drunk. Also, their son is not high up in the Tenryu Commission. Isn't he like a pirate? Or not a pirate, he's a scammer.
Well, if it isn't Yoimiya, come on in, dear. Come and take a seat. Are these two your friends?
Yes,
yeah?
They're travelers from afar. Outsiders have a very difficult time getting into Inazuma nowadays.
Indeed, these are unprecedented times. But seeing as they came all this way, we locals should give them a warm welcome.
Oh, before I forget, I brought the fireworks that you ordered.
Oh, thank you, dear. Your family is so good to us every year. First your father, and now you. I wonder if I'll still be around to see the next hair of Naganahara fireworks.
Of course you will. You're both in great health. Don't say things like that. It's bad luck.
I mean, I don't know how old
we
you
aren't
are.
as young as we once were, though. The body knows it. It used to be that I could spend all day working the land, carrying water back and forth.
Sorry.
But now,
My headphones
even a moment of light work leaves me
kinda
with all
fell.
sorts of aches and pains.
That was super weird.
I wanted to do some weeding yesterday, but
I'm assuming that's because my
as soon
headphones
as I
fell.
bent down to get started, I suddenly felt that if I went any further, I wouldn't be able to get back up again.
No worries. Say no more. We'll handle it.
No, no, no. We can't be putting you to work when you're a guest in our home. I'll just go fetch the tea and some snacks, and then we'll continue our conversation.
It's fine. It's not like it's the first time I've helped you with chores. I just haven't had much time recently with the fireworks show coming up.
I mean, yeah, their
Once
son
that's
is
out
a
of the way, I'll be sure to come
scammer,
by more
so I would watch out for their son.
Oh,
Not so much
you're
them,
such good kids.
but their son, for
As
sure.
for mine, he's all grown up now. Hasn't found anyone yet. And he doesn't visit very often.
Yeah, 'cause he's a
If you're
scammer.
quite sure it's no trouble, then I have some pickled radish here. Would you mind delivering it to Satoru on the other side?
Sure. It won't take us a moment. The old folks aren't very mobile, so come on, let's help them out. We'll get rid of the weeds first, and then deliver the pickled radish.
Okay.
Yeah, you got it! And that... Satoru is on the other side of the village. Let's go see him now. Hey, Satoru! How have you been? Keeping well?
Yeah, same as usual. Not much has changed. You're looking full of life, as always.
All thanks to the support of our loyal customers, the family business just keeps getting better and better. We sold some fireworks to Liyue a while back, and word is they were a real hit. So it looks like we'll be getting more business from over there in the future.
That must mean a lot more work for you, though. Are you sure you and Mr. Ryunosuke can manage? If it gets too much, don't forget, you can always ask me for help.
We should be fine. I think we can cope. Oh, yeah. This is some pickled radish from Mrs. Imatani.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much. I never used to be a fan of pickled radish, would you believe? But then I tried some of Mrs. Imatani's homemade stuff, and I couldn't get enough of it. It's a family staple now.
Speaking of your family, how's everyone doing?
They're doing well. We have the occasional heated argument, but I guess that's every family ever.
I mean, I wouldn't say I had
Being close
heated
to family
arguments
is better than
with my
never getting to
family.
see them, even if it does mean putting up with some conflict. Now, Mr. and Mrs. Imatani seem to have a great relationship, but still, they must get lonely with their child never visiting.
I did bring him back.
I think they're just used to it. You make a good point, though. I should drop by more often in the future. That way, they won't get so bored.
Oh, I'm sure they'd love that. As would all of us in Konda Village. You're always welcome here.
Thank you. Now that we finished all the chores, it's time to talk to the Imatanis about Sakujiro.
Y'all, I'm gonna stop for the day. I'm so tired from the alcohol. I shouldn't have drank. Or I should have waited until... You know what? I'm gonna finish this story quest. I'm gonna finish it.
That was quick. Ah, young people are so handy.
Younger people have bundles of energy, and older people have a wealth of wisdom. Each have their strengths.
Speaking of youth, do you know what? It's been 50 years this year.
Oh, so it has. Goodness, how the time flies. You barely notice as the years go by, but then suddenly 50 years have passed.
50 years since what? Some important day?
Well, if you must know, it was 50 years ago, back in the days when this young lady was still trying to win me over, that...
Oh, stop trying to impress them. We both know you were the one who was hopelessly smitten and desperately trying to win my affection.
Well, maybe you're right. 50 years ago, I proposed to my wife at the Naganahara fireworks show. We've been together ever since. To tell the truth, I was still a little uncertain. I wasn't sure what I was doing when I walked into the Naganahara's shop and ordered my firework. Even as it was rising up into the sky, I still had no clue what I was going to say. But then it exploded, the sky lit up. I looked back at her and saw her eyes twinkling in the light of the fireworks. Before I knew what was happening, apparently, I'd already said it. And, well, she'd said yes.
50 years. In some ways, it's a long time. In others, it's no time at all. Really, it's just a number. But 50 years of being together?
That is a long
that
time.
is something worth commemorating.
I had no idea it was your 50th anniversary. If I'd known, I would have made some extra fancy fireworks just for you.
Oh no, it's quite all right. We always set off the same firework every year. It wouldn't be the same without it. Seeing that firework go off takes us right back to those days. Even at this age, we still look back with not a single regret.
Ah, what a great relationship they have.
Enough about us, though. Yoimiya, aren't you busy with the fireworks show coming up? Was there something you needed to discuss?
Yeah, it's a difficult thing to talk about, but here goes.
Sakujiro. So he came back.
Huh? You know him?
He was our boy's best friend when they were young. They were inseparable. They grew up together, shared everything with each other, and went everywhere. But one day, they had a terrible argument.
Sakujiro seemed to feel that Inazuma was too peaceful, and wanted to see what the outside world was like. But our Keisuke took after his father and mother. He felt that there was nothing wrong at all with being peaceful. You know what children are like. They get terribly worked
This is
up about
interesting.
these sorts
They
of
have
things.
like multiple
In the
children.
end, Sakujiro stormed off, and that was that.
I see.
Keisuke said nothing to me or my wife about the fight. We could sense that he was very hurt by it, but he didn't want to talk with us about how he was really feeling. Eventually, whether out of pent-up anger or for some other reason, he joined the Tenryo Commission. He rarely comes home anymore.
If it was anything else, I could talk to Keisuke, and I'm sure he'd be willing to help. But since it's Sakujiro, I don't feel there's any way we can get involved.
What a strange coincidence. Who'd have thought?
I asked Sakujiro why he came back. He just said because of past mistakes and wasn't willing to elaborate. Now I finally
No,
understand why he
these are
can't
very
decide what to
different
do.
people.
Two best buddies in childhood. One grows up to join the Tenryo Commission, the other grows up to join the
I am
Tenryo
gonna
Commission's
go.
most wanted list.
Get off after this. I'm so tired.
Well, no worries. If that's the case, then never mind. We can find some other way to help Sakujiro. There's no need to make things difficult for you. This sounds like something for Sakujiro and Keisuke to resolve between themselves.
Yes. It'd be so nice if they could go back to the way things were.
I think after all these years, they ought to let go of their grudges.
Well, can't say we didn't try. I'll let Sakujiro know after we get back.
I'm gonna go to bed now. Or not. Hello to people who just raided. Thank you for raiding me.
Race you!
I also love the medieval speech. Glad
people
that
from the Tenryo Commission
I
came
have
by.
been raided. I have to admit that Thou is drunk on this stream, so.
Huh? Why? Do they know? Pops, are you alright? They didn't do anything to you, did they?
I told them the show was starting soon and the place was filled with fireworks, so they shouldn't go in because it's a fire hazard. But they didn't listen. It seemed like they knew Sakujiro was inside. Luckily, Sakujiro heard them coming in time and managed to escape through the window.
I might be getting off
The
soon
Tenryo
because
Commission
I feel
wasn't
like
able to capture him.
so tired from the drinking.
I don't think Sakujiro had enough time to make his mind up. Pops, did you see where he went? Oh, the Tenryo Commission will
But I also
definitely be
love
chasing
that
after
someone
him.
has gotten on.
Good point. Names. We need names.
Maybe this will wake me up.
Surely it must be Keisuke's doing. The Commission wouldn't normally cause this big of a fuss over a stowaway.
Sorry, my ears are no good. And I didn't get a good look at them either. If you're wondering which way they went, they left the city. I wish I'd caught their names. But I didn't hear a thing.
As it happens, I did. I was getting some ore from my friend's place and happened to bump into them on the way over. I think their leader's name was Keisuke, just like you said.
Just as I thought. Thanks.
I have not played the new COD. I've not played any version of COD. I've read fan fiction for Call of Duty, but that's about as close as I've gotten. I am not good with shooter style games, and I'm not good with games that kind of like require co-op because I feel really nervous because I feel like it'd be shit at shooter style games, and then I'd go into co-op and I'd be like, yeah, everyone's just gonna have to win this for me. Like, I don't do anything.
If Sakujiro still hasn't made up his mind, those two running into each other won't solve anything. And even worse, there'll be no coming back from it for Sakujiro.
I will have to watch it though. I keep meaning to watch the other one.
Come with me. Let's track them down.
See, and I know they have solo campaigns, but like, a big part of me is like, I don't want to buy this just for the solo campaign because that's like a couple hours compared to everything else. And I don't... Like, there are some exceptions to games that I'll play a couple hours of. Like, Stray was not that long, but like, I didn't buy it. I had my parent... I got it for Christmas. Or my birthday. I can't remember which. But, like, I was fine with asking for that for a lot of money because, like, it was just so good. Even though it was only a couple hours. But generally, I try to go for games that are a lot of hours. I think Game Pass is Xbox. I have PlayStation Plus, but I just have the initial level.
If there's nothing better to do, we could go for
So I get the 3 games a month, but most of the time they're kind of shit. And I've thought about going for the PlayStation, the next tier, which includes the catalog, but honestly at this point I own all of the games off the catalog that I would particularly want to purchase. Yeah. No, I don't have an Xbox. I would say unfortunately, but I don't really care. I just have the PlayStation 5. Well, I have a PlayStation 3 and I have a PlayStation 4, but I don't play on that anymore. I transferred everything over, and then I have the PlayStation 5. I might, if Genshin reaches a point where it's too much storage, I might play on the PlayStation 4 again, just because so much of the games that I buy the PlayStation 4 edition. But yeah, I don't have, sorry, let me turn noise off. Also, I'm really sorry if I sound fucking stupid. I'm really fucking drunk. I accidentally bought Truly's, but I bought Truly and Bruleys, which is like a new version of them, but they're like twice the alcohol content, so I sound really stupid. I'm sorry. I don't have a gaming PC, I just have my laptop, so like I play The Sims and Stardew Valley on it, but I can't really play anything else. It's just, it would kill my laptop. I did just recently purchase this thing that like creates a cooling fan underneath my laptop, but I haven't tried that yet. I need to. The Sims came out with a new expansion pack for Life and Death with like Ghosts and the Grim Reaper and stuff, and I just bought that. But no, I've been looking at the very least like gaming laptops, but honestly, for the price that they are, if I'm gonna get a gaming laptop, I might as well just buy a PC. But I don't really have anywhere to put a PC. I don't really have the money for a PC. I wish. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I just don't really like, some of it is I just don't really like PC gaming. Okay, this is gonna sound really, really weird, but I don't have a very good memory. And so, gaming on the laptop can sometimes, part of why I only play like The Sims and stuff, is because it can be really hard for me because I tend to forget what buttons do. So when I originally started playing on the PlayStation, I started with Diablo 3, and it took a couple of years for me to remember like what buttons I had things attached to sometimes. So I tend to like on console because I'll remember my buttons a lot easier than on PC. I did originally look into cloud gaming when I was first looking at Genshin because I know that you can do the thing where you can like split off. So I have a MacBook. So my Genshin story is I originally had a like Windows laptop, and it just wasn't going to work. I downloaded it and everything, and it wasn't going to work. It didn't have enough RAM and memory and stuff to work it. Like, I played the very, very, very initial quest where you're, like, on the beach, and it was horrible. It, like, oh my gosh. Let me look what it's called. The MS or whatever was horrible. So, that's why I didn't keep playing on it. And then the reason why I got the Mac is because I killed my laptop while I was studying abroad. I spilled soup on it. And it was very hard to get anything reliable that I would be able to get fixed and stuff in the US except for the MacBook. I was just very concerned about being able to, like, take things in to get repaired and stuff. But they had Apple stores where I was. Because I wasn't just, like, in London or anything. I was in, like, a very foreign country where I just wasn't sure I was going to be able to get a laptop that I could have serviced in the US unless I got an Apple laptop. And so I went with Apple, and I even got the upgraded version, so it was actually really helpful for the video games I did play on the laptop at the time. And at the time I wasn't really planning on trying to go back to Genshin, but the only reason I went back is because when I got home I had like a month and a half before I needed to move across the country, and so I started playing on my dad's PlayStation. And I figured I'd just play for like that month and a half and I'd be cool. And then that's not what happened. My dad ended up giving me his PlayStation. And that was kind of the Maddie Genshin story. But I do have the MacBook and not a Windows computer, which can suck for like a lot of video games I want to play are on Windows, but at the same time, like, it's probably for the best because I shouldn't be spending that amount of money on video games. Like, now I can, but when I was in grad school, like, I probably would have gone crazy just trying to buy video games. The only sucky thing is so many of the, like, city builders and stuff are on Windows, and you really can't, they really don't make those for Mac. That kind of sucks. I wanted to play Anno 1800 so bad. And my dad gave me the PlayStation 5 version of it, but I'm just not sure how it's going to run. Again, I'm going to apologize if I sound like shit. I'm like closing my eyes constantly. I'm like going to go to bed. Also, I really apologize. There's something wrong with my, my little template that, like, says all of my information on it and stuff. I don't know what's wrong with that and why it's saying, like, recently subscribed and stuff, none. Like, it just keeps asking me. Yeah, I kind of... It just keeps asking me to, like, re-log in to get the overlay to work. It's not that I'm tired, it's that I accidentally bought alcohol that has twice the alcohol amount in it. And I shouldn't have done that, but I was like, it's gonna be fine. And I'm trying to drink water to combat it. But it's a little late for that. Yeah, like it's already asking me to grant access to the overlay expert again. I don't understand what's happening. I've never had problems with my overlay before. And it just keeps making me log back in, and now it's like telling me like recently followed none, and like it's not doing what it usually does, and I don't get it. This is so weird. Oh, I must have accidentally put down my scale. I'm gonna try to finish this story quest, and then I'm probably gonna get off and go to bed, and hopefully I'm gonna be okay tomorrow. And I'm gonna play for longer.
It's Mochizaka and his friends. Let's ask them.
Hi, Yoimiya. Are the weapons to scare away the great Mujina yokai ready yet?
Oh, Mr. Ryunosuke is making them right now. You can go collect them from my house later.
Aren't you gonna play with us, Yoimiya?
I'm sorry. I have something important to do right now. I'll be back later on. But I'll bring you guys some candy next time. The extra sweet candy, the one you guys love.
Yay! We're gonna get candy! Woohoo!
Also, I wanted to ask you guys something. Did you see a bunch of scary-looking men come by here at all?
I did update my overlay with a new sim picture of the sim version of me. I got some new custom content to make it look more like the real version of me. Because the old version of me had me in a bun or something, like a updo, and I never wear my hair anything but down. I always have my hair down. Because that would require me to do something other than just brush my hair and leave my house.
Yep, we did. It looked like they were chasing someone.
Are they trying to catch a monster too?
No, don't worry. It's all just a big misunderstanding. Be good kids and stay out of trouble, alright? Stay in the city for now, and I'll come play with you after the fireworks start.
We will. We'll be on our best behavior, especially for you, Yoimiya.
It looks like this is the right way. Let's keep going.
I probably won't ever do face
I
cam.
guess I'll have to step in.
Just because, I don't know, I tend to stream in I don't know. I just am not particularly interested in doing face cam. Like, maybe if I really, really, like, hit it off and people really, really requested it, I'd do it. But part of it is I'd have to get a PlayStation camera, and I don't really want to purchase that at this point. But also, I just tend to, like, stream in my pajamas so I can get straight to bed after I finish streaming, and I don't really want to do that. People don't need to see me in the state that I'm streaming in. They can hear me, and that's enough, you know?
Look,
y'all are
there
just
people from the
standing.
Commission over there. It must be them.
Sorry, official business. I can't let you pass.
Sakujiro and Keisuke are up ahead, right? We need to talk to them about something.
Didn't you hear me? You're not getting past.
So, I also work a public job, and so, like, I don't need my job coming at me and being like, hey, you said something weird on your last stream. Like, I just want to be left alone. I don't need them to come at me and be like, hey, you were drunk on your last stream. Please don't do that again.
Ugh, what a nuisance! Well, you've only got yourself to blame! Time for a light show!
You must withdraw.
Fire hazard!
I must withdraw.
Your bishop down! Shadow Raven, let night fall!
It was just taking too long with Lumia.
How dare you impede the work of the Tenryou Commission?
I can't remember if my main account Yoimiya is better than that. I know I have her R5 on stringless. Or not stringless, Rust. I have her on an R5 Rust, so I think my Yoimiya might actually be better than
You will be punished for your actions. There is nowhere you can escape justice. Not even at the edges of the world.
Look at that! The one with the loudest mouth had the fastest feet. We can't waste any more time on these guys. Let's push on. They should be just ahead.
But to be honest, I feel like a lot of times their demo characters are better than mine.
Your skills with the sword have stagnated, Sakujiro.
Sakujiro?
You should have known that you stood no chance against me in a duel.
I never imagined I'd fall into your hands. If this is to be my fate, I accept it. I have nothing else to say.
But your return says that you finally came around to my point of view.
Whatever you say.
You will return with me to the Tenryou Commission to await your sentencing. The one who made this boat will also be punished.
Wait! It doesn't have to end like this! Don't you have anything else to say to one another?
Hey, I know you. You're Naganahara's girl, who makes the fireworks. I know you like to get involved in other people's business, but stay out of this. It does not concern you.
It's okay, Yoimiya. The past is the past.
And why did you risk life and limb to get yourself back into Inazuma? And why were you so reluctant to leave after you got here? I'll tell you why. This is why. This is the chance you've been waiting for, to talk everything through.
I have nothing to say to him. He's a criminal. I work for the Tenryo Commission. There is never any room for discussion. Out of respect for the friendship we once had, I gave him a chance to fight for his freedom. But his skills with the sword are as disappointing now as they ever were.
I mean, I feel like they're stronger, but also I'm not known for my character builds. On my main account, like, I'm pretty sure most of my characters are real shit.
What are you talking about? And just who do you think you're kidding? You left all your subordinates back there to guard the road, making sure no one else followed you here. Seems to me like you were hoping for a chance to talk. I can see it in your faces. You both have so much to say, and you're just gonna choose to keep it all inside?
Tuh. Don't flatter yourself. What would you know?
Yoimiya, leave it. It was just my wishful thinking.
No, I won't leave it. I will not stand by and watch when you haven't even done anything. Keisuke, you seem to like settling things with a duel, so let's do it your way. I challenge you to a duel. If I win, then you need to say everything that's in your heart. No more running from your feelings. And the same goes for you, Sakujiro. If I win, you will tell Keisuke exactly why you came back, no matter what the consequences are. You have to tell him everything. If you don't say anything now, you may never have another chance.
And if you lose?
Then I'll admit to collaborating with Sakujiro and accept the Tenryo Commission's punishment.
Yoimiya.
I accept. Let's settle this with a duel.
Sir, we're here to back you up.
Backup? Duels are supposed to be one-on-one! All right, that's it! Let's help Yoimiya! We can't let her fight them all alone!
Reveal
Sir, they are too strong. We need more men.
Stand down.
What?
I thought I
That's
told you to stay
good.
away.
My
Now
characters are
stand
never
down.
that strong.
Yes, sir.
They make do in the overworld. They do pretty good, but
Young lady,
I
you
don't-
are just as obstinate as Sakujiro was back then.
I don't do like
Why were you so convinced that we had
the
things to
abyss
say
or
to each other?
anything, so I don't know how
Because
good my characters
Sakujiro
are.
may not have told me
Truly.
about you when he came back, but he did order a firework from me. Then your parents told me about what happened between you when you were younger. Once I'd heard the story, I realized that the firework meant something special to you both. And that's why I simply refuse to believe that you have nothing to say to each other. Nobody sets off a firework to feel lonely, do they?
I bring my characters into like co-op
reason I came
stuff
back
in
is that-
in domains, and I feel like they do shit.
I felt
Even on
lost.
my main account.
It wasn't that I'd changed my mind. I just felt that what I'd done in the past was to try to escape from reality. I saw the freedom of Mondstadt, the contracts of Liyue, the wisdom of Sumeru, and the justice of Fontaine.
What about
It all
Nablin?
left
What
a
about
deep impression.
Shnaznaya?
I was glad that I'd left
Did you go
Inazuma,
there?
But then I happened to hear about the Sakoku decree. I was an escapee, and I was proud of that. What I should have tried to do is take the good things from the outside world and bring them back home.
So that's why you came back? Out of your naive hope of changing the way things are here?
No, I let go of all those delusions of grandeur. I just felt that I never should have run away like that. After all, you never ran away.
Huh?
I don't know about you, but life hasn't been easy for me. But I just had to come back and visit. It was like fate was calling me, and I couldn't ignore it any longer.
Life isn't easy for anyone. I truly worship the Raiden Shogun. Her ideas were my personal creed, and I desired nothing more than to see her will done. But now, my role is to punish violators of the Sakoku decree and confiscate people's visions. It's not what I signed up for when I joined the Tenryo Commission.
I'll be right back. I'm back. I should not have drank as much as I did. I only had like 3 drinks. I only had 3 White Claws. I hate it.
I do wonder, am I really doing the right thing?
No, you're not doing the right thing.
The boat is yours. Huh? I couldn't make you stay in Inazuma, but that doesn't mean I want to keep you here by force.
What will you say to the higher-ups?
Don't worry about that. I'll handle it. If you want to come back, I hear the process of returning to Inazuma from the outside world is long and complicated, but it can be done. I will lend you my help, but until then, you'll have to wait. And don't kick the bucket.
That was nothing like what it said.
Don't worry, Keisuke. Any chance we can watch the fireworks together?
Maybe next time. I'll be demoted for sure. It's not like me to give in to childish sentiment like this. I can't explain why I went through with it. It's the one that Sakujiro planned on using for his escape. I asked Yoshitaka and the others to transport it here, citing the temporary contraband storage clause. Forcing Sakujiro to this spot was also something I had planned all along. It's just like you said, Yoimiya. Even though I hadn't fully made up my mind, my actions betrayed my intent.
But I think you did the right thing. And look, now you've managed to resolve the grievance in your heart by talking about it.
It's interesting because, like, I have Surrey Island in the background, but it'd be interesting to watch someone playing this when it came out to see what it looked like for them, because I've always had Surrey Island in the background. Because even when I played Surrey was out, I think when I started playing, the Chasm had just come out, so like Surrey and Watatsumi and Tsurumi were all out. So a large portion of the map, as I know it, had already been out. It is interesting to think about, like, what cutscenes looked like before so much of the map has been out. Also, I think at this point I've drank enough water and eaten enough biscuits that I actually feel awake. Which is kind of wild because just like 10 minutes ago I was talking about how tired I felt. But I actually feel fine. Well, not fine, but I feel a little tired, but like I feel great.
I understand now. Thank you. I didn't know you were quite so perceptive. You saw right into what I was thinking.
That's only because I know your parents so well. They're both really nice people, so I didn't think the apple would fall too far from the tree.
I had heard there was a new Naganohara running things these days. Little loud and reckless, maybe, but you live up to the family name. By the way, Naganohara Fireworks can reproduce the firework that the two of us set off back then, right? Would you be able to make one for me?
Sorry, no can do. Without the slip for reference, I can't make the same one again. And I'm afraid Sakujiro is the one with the slip.
Ah, I see. Never mind then.
Don't get too down just yet, though. I mentioned that Sakujiro ordered a firework from me, didn't I? I can't make another one, but I'm guessing Sakajiro probably won't be needing his anymore. It'd be a shame for it to go to waste, so I'll make an exception and let you set it off instead.
Thank you very much.
No worries. And don't miss out on the start of the fireworks show.
Yoimiya! The way you took command of that whole situation was amazing!
It's pretty interesting who his parents were, because essentially what Genshin did is just say it's the old people in Conda Village, but it wasn't the old people in Conda Village from one of the other quests. That was really weird. Like, I just looked that up, and they essentially put 2 new NPCs into Conda Village, taking the place of NPCs that were there, but aren't there after you do this quest. That's so weird.
What can I say? I like to talk. I'm a strong believer in the power of words. If you're not willing to communicate, then the problem just sits there. If you just keep staring at it without doing anything, eventually you'll watch every last opportunity to resolve it slip away before your eyes. Sakujiro and Keisuke can't turn back the clock in their relationship, but that's no reason to live with remorse. Anyway, follow me. I'll bring you to the perfect place to watch the fireworks. My pops will set off the firework that I wanted to give to you.
In a trade war, the perfect hunter leaves no trace.
I can't remember if this who actually watched. I can't remember who this is.
We'll showcase Inazuma's fireworks to all of Tibet.
And now the cutscene. The cutscene of it all. Good luck. Also, why are you going in the direction of Yashiori?
No.
I mean, I guess you could be going to Wadatsumi and then taking a north route. And they'd be able to give you more supplies.
So, Yoimiya, these fireworks, what do they mean to you? Yoimiya? Shh. Huh? Oh.
And also, like, not as many people would be watching from the
Oh, that was amazing. It was so beautiful.
from Wadatsumi. Like, you wouldn't have to be worrying about people watching you.
I didn't actually cry though, right? I just feel a bit misty-eyed. Oh, remember that big one that went up first? The gold one? That's the one I had Pops make for you.
Oh, Paimon saw it. It was one of the best ones. They won't forget that anytime soon.
That's what I wanted to hear. I was hoping it would leave a deep impression on you guys. No matter where your journey takes you, and no matter what hardships might lie ahead, I hope you'll always be able to look back fondly on the fireworks you saw tonight. I believe that as time goes by, this firework will only grow brighter and more beautiful in your heart. Oh, and also, you're technically my customers now. Here, this is your paper slip. If you ever want to see that golden firework again, just come and see me.
You know, Yoimiya, you seemed to turn into a completely different person during the fireworks. You were so quiet, and it was like you couldn't hear anything at all.
Oh, I can hear you. I just have a habit of being silent while I'm watching fireworks. Quietly watching something you made with your own hands rise into the sky.
It feels so
like
far
a
away.
sacred
It's in
ceremony to me.
Chicago, but it's actually not. This is such a weird cutscene because if you look, they've like... It almost looks like they've cut off half the island. I'll have to look at it from a non-cutscene angle because it really does look like they've cut off part of the island. Which I guess makes sense because if you look at where the Kamisato estate ends, it is a while before you get to where Inazuma City is, but it just looks weird.
You asked me what fireworks mean to me, right?
Yep. Well, for Koichi, who built the boat for us, and his friend, Third Sis, fireworks commemorate friendship. For Keisuke's parents, they commemorate marriage. And for Keisuke and Sakajiro, they were commemorating... Oh yeah, right, beliefs!
As for me, to be honest, even though I've thought about it countless times before, I still haven't found an answer.
Seriously? Huh. Paimon was expecting something deep and philosophical.
Well, no one's ever asked me this before, so I've never really settled on an answer. It was by chance that I happened to be born into the Naganohara family, so it was by chance that I ended up learning this craft from my pops. It's also by chance that I've met so many people, learned so many things, and discovered that people associate watching fireworks with the things that are most precious to them. Fireworks that disappear in a flash of light are probably the furthest thing away from the eternity that our Shogun desires. But people's feelings don't just disappear. And it's those feelings that give fireworks their purpose. If nobody wanted to watch fireworks, then they wouldn't exist. Also, consider this. You have to have the Naganoharas because so many people are emotionally invested in the existence of fireworks.
God, this really makes Saray look huge in the background, but it's not. They've definitely... It looks like they've stretched it. I mean, I guess Surumi is all the way back in, like, this weird corner. It's not technically in line with Saray. I'm making hand gestures. I don't know why, because nobody can see me. But it does make Saray look really close, and that's just not true.
If we didn't exist, their wishes would go unfulfilled, wouldn't they? You know, I don't really think about complicated things like this very often. But I'm proud that I was born into the Naganohara family, and have the chance to make so many pretty fireworks.
Yeah, it like made Saray look. I mean, Saray definitely does look much closer than Surumi. And it is technically, because it's right here. And what we're seeing is right here. And Surumi is all the way back in here. But I will say, like, when you have Surumi, I don't know, Surumi just doesn't feel that
Mora doesn't
far away compared to Saray. I do feel much better. I am going to do this real quick. Hey, traveler, this way. I've been looking for you. That's right, you are. We're the Gourmet Supremas, All-Star Gourmet. As I said, who would remember such a silly name? Really, I think it's quite memorable. That's just because Zudong loves talking about it every day. Haha, good name. It's not easy to come by. Of course, I have to keep repeating it. What other names did you have before? Came up with a lot of names like Pika Pika Rice Team and Gulu Gulu Dessert Team. Really don't understand why you Mondstadters like to name these ridiculous names. Sweetie, Flowery, Kelly Lily, Wolf Hook Fruity. You can also call me Julie Julie. Julie, can you please act normal? Because these kinds of names are memorable. See, you remember it right away. Haha, so Liwei's Julian Chili must be named by a Mondstadter, right? No, that's totally different. That is simply to highlight the spiciness of the Julian Chili. That's why we use the double D. It makes perfect sense. That makes no sense. How does that highlight the spiciness of the Julian chili? Well, I think it sounds cute. Anyway, if it's memorable, it is a good name. Alright, let's not talk about that. Traveler, we'd like to ask you a favor. We want to cook something special with the local ingredients of Inazuma. In order to ensure the freshness of the food, we're going to collect the ingredients in the forest north of the city. But I heard there's so many monsters over there, so I'd like to invite you to come with us. Other than the reward, we'll take care of your meals. What do you say? Would you like to help? What kind of ingredients do you want to collect? Let's decide when we get there. Making forests with unknown ingredients is the principle of the Gourmet Supremos. To put it bluntly, this guy never thinks about what kind of food he's going to make or what kind of ingredients he's looking for. He just goes with the flow. You're not wrong, but no matter what the ingredients are, I'll be able to cook something delicious. Thank you, traveler. What can I do for you? Excuse me, you are... I'm Kamai Munihisa. I'm just passing by. Wow, this guy dressed like a samurai. Samurai? Is the samurai from the Shogunate? I heard the Shogunate's attitude towards Outlanders quite subtle. to worry. I've left the shogunate. I'm no longer a samurai. I often come here to look for food, but today I've noticed monsters wandering around. They've taken all the food around here, so I did destroy them. How often do you come here? There are not many monsters around here usually, probably because it's so close to the Kamisato estate. I often come here to pick fruits or hunt. Well, that's all I have to say. After killing these monsters, the other ones around here won't dare to come here for a while. If you're looking for food, you can look around. I only take what I need. There should be something left. Well, goodbye. Did he just leave like that? His behavior exactly like a samurai I heard about before. What does he mean he's left the shogunate? Samurai who left the shogunate are like a kairashi. Yes, I've heard that some samurai who left the shogunate wander around and rob people in the streets for a living. Although he doesn't look like a bad guy, we better stay vigilant. Alright. Aren't we here to look for ingredients? But judging from the current situation, we'd better not go any further in case it gets dangerous. This traveler has been escorting us for such a long time. Let's cook something here, have a short break, and we'll head back to town. The guy said there's still ingredients left behind, right? Let's look around. I was gonna look for some fresh ingredients anyway. These will do. Sorry, I wanted to cook something nice for you, but now I guess we'll have to make do with these. That's fine. We worked hard escorting us. It's fine. It's not an acceptable answer. I'll remember this to treat you to a nice meal next time. Julie, is the soup ready? Remember not to let Parvana? No, just let the soup simmer quietly. It's fine. I'm seasoning the soup according to my improved recipe. I'm just adding a little bit of seasoning. I don't understand your improved recipe. Stop it. Shudong, come over here. Parvana, hey, what kind of strange seasoning are you putting in? Strange seasoning? This is my special sauce. This is the result of my thesis research. I don't need that. Let's just eat something ordinary today. Julie, stop her. What do you know? Fine, let me fine-tune this. I'm going to make the ultimate seasoning that will make any dish delicious. Ultimate seasoning? Is something like that really possible? No one has ever done it. That's why I'm going to. I'll show the stuck-up unbelievers at the academia. Haha, well, I'll look forward to it. By the way, traveler, thank you for spending all this time running around with us. Thank you. I'll prepare a takeaway for you. You've got to have enough food when you're adventuring out there. Next time we'll meet, I'll treat you to a nice meal. I think the only thing I have left to do is for the Gourmet Supremos is the stupid you have to get the leeway quest to do it. And I hate that. There we go. Debating whether I should do Yoimiya's, or not Yoimiya's, Ayaka's quest. Because then I could do basically all of I think I could fit in Ayaka's and the Archon quest tomorrow. I don't know. I think I will do Ayaka's quest. I'll do it tomorrow. I'm really tired, so I'm gonna go to bed now. And also, I want to try to figure out why this stupid overlay isn't working. I don't quite get it, but it'll be okay.
The happiness it brings lasts for only the moment that you obtain it.
I don't know. I feel like I could do Ayaka's. I don't know. We'll see. Let me look how long Ayaka's story quest is.
This must be...
It's a festival promotion. Hey, speaking of, we haven't been anywhere fun since we arrived in Inazuma.
No, what made you think that? Festivals are a common occurrence here in Inazuma. We in the Yashiro Commission are very well acquainted with these sorts of customs. Each season brings its own festival, and each festival in turn brings a fresh challenge to the task of maintaining public order. So, while festivals are undoubtedly joyous and lively occasions, for us, they are also a cause for concern. Oh, my apologies. I should stop thinking about work. This is hardly relevant to the matter at hand. This store here is the place I wanted to visit.
Oh, so you weren't checking out the promotion? Well, let's take a look inside then.
Welcome. I have all the latest styles. Please take a look. Oh, it's Miss Kamisato with guests from overseas.
Welcome to Olgura Textiles and Kimonos. Are you here to purchase fabric or for tailored garments?
Oh, greetings to you too. I have a design here for a garment. Would you be so kind as to take a look?
Cool! Ayaka came prepared.
Let me see. This could be...
It could be...
Oh, it's a very fine design. Miss Kamisato, you'd like us to make a kimono following this design, yes?
Please, if you could.
I'm honored that you'd choose Olgura Textiles and Kimonos for your tailoring needs.
Well, there's
However,
not exactly...
there is one rather difficult problem.
any
Based on the design, this kind of kimono would require
textile
silk made from
business
the
around.
silkflower. The majority of Inazuma's silk is imported from Liyue Harbor, but given the current climate... As you well know, Inazuma is currently under a strict lockdown. In all honesty, the impact on the textiles industry has been quite significant. We're struggling to import high-grade fabrics. So much of our tailoring business has been put on hold indefinitely. But of course, where our customers are able to provide the fabric themselves, we can still be of service.
So you're saying we need to go and buy some silk first?
If even Ogura Textiles and Kimonos can't get a hold of high-grade fabric, where would we buy it from?
You could try the International Trade Association. They are a little better connected than we are. After all, the association brings together merchants from all over the world. The only thing is their prices. They're not the cheapest. In times like these, though, we're lucky to even have an option of getting a hold of the things we want in the first place.
So even just getting clothes made is an ordeal in Inazuma. Wait, the International Trade Association? That's Kurisu's thing, right? We haven't been to Rito in a while.
It looks like that will be our next stop. Thank you ever so much. We will be back once we've acquired the fabric. Oh, in the meantime, I have one other very small request. Could you?
Why is she being so secretive all of a sudden?
Absolutely.
Much obliged.
My pleasure, Miss Kamisato. Honestly, I'm just as excited as you to see the end product. We haven't made a silk kimono for the longest time now, and this is a beautiful design.
That's very kind of you, thank you. Goodbye for now. Traveler Paimon, let's try our luck at the International Trade Association. This is it. The International Trade Association.
Okay then, we need to talk to Kurisu, right? Look! There he is!
Looks like we found him.
What am I gonna do?
Mr. Kurisu, are you alright?
Oh! You're Miss Ayaka from the Kamisato clan. How do you do?
Better than you, it appears.
And if it isn't the Traveler, I haven't seen you in a while. I take it you've been out of Rito? Thanks again for your help
Kind of
last
has
time.
been a bit, I
The
suppose.
association
It's
is
been a couple
back in
weeks
business,
since I
and it's all
managed
thanks to
to
you.
start working my way through the islands.
Why were you staring into space just now? Did something bad happen?
Well, you see, it's embarrassing to admit, but some of the association's goods have been stolen by vagrants.
Which goods were stolen?
It was a batch of high-grade silk. We imported a big batch of silk from Liyue several years ago. It's been sitting in storage ever since. Recently, we heard that clothing stores in the city have more or less sold all their silk stocks. So we figured now would be a good time to bring our batch out of storage, thinking it'd probably fetch a good price. Ugh. The vagrants swiped the whole batch, then disappeared into the woods. I reported to the authorities, but... well, as you know, they don't think much of foreign merchants like us. The Kanjo Commission don't want to give us the time of day. Honestly, you can just tell that our suffering amuses them.
Well, I also take issue with aspects of the Kanjo Commission's operational methods. Please remember, Mr. Kurisu, that while you are here in Inazuma, you should be careful with your words.
My apologies. I had to let off some steam. Anyway, there doesn't seem to be much we can do ourselves to get our goods back. Perhaps I'm doomed to go bankrupt after all.
I am afraid I can't intervene in an official capacity, but I can still help you get your lost goods back.
Of course, I would never... Wait, what?
Huh? Yes, acting in my own capacity, mind you. Even then, there is no escaping the fact that my every action and word will be seen to reflect on the Yashiro Commission and the Kamisato clan. I do so not without reservation, so I hope that you will treat this matter as confidential. That aside, as I'm sure you're aware, I'm afraid that I won't always be able to help you in such circumstances. Given your position and that of the International Trade Association, please try to exercise more caution in the future. You do not want to incur further unnecessary losses.
We will. We certainly will. But, are you sure this isn't gonna cause any issues for you? What if someone high up in the Kanjo Commission sees what you're doing and doesn't like it? You're a highly respected member of society. Surely putting your neck on the line for small-timers like me can't be worth the risk.
I'm guessing the Kanjo Commission also wants silk.
Let's not forget that I am the eldest daughter of the Kamisato clan. I would be very surprised indeed if anybody in the Kanjo Commission felt that I was accountable to them for my actions.
Whoa, that sent shivers down Paimon's spine! Does everyone from a powerful clan talk like that?
Mr. Kurisu, I need to know the exact time and location of the theft, and anything that stood out about the perpetrator's appearance.
Thank you so much. Let's see, it was 2 hours ago now.
That was 2 hours ago.
Everyone, please follow me to the scene of the crime. The investigation starts there.
All right, off we go!
Why in the world can't I use my permit? Please have your documents and proof of identification ready. The International Trade Association.
We should look for a new investment. Mora doesn't grow on trees.
Why in the world can't I use my...
Here we are. This is where we were robbed.
This is technically outside of where you're supposed to be.
Very deep ones at that. Leading towards the forest.
Presumably the depth suggests that they were carrying something heavy.
Let's see where they lead.
You think you can get your stuff back with this bunch? You must be dreaming.
Why, you better hope you have the courage of your convictions.
Have we smuggled this
Why wouldn't I,
guy
old
out
man?
of Rito?
Answer me this. You're one of those Outlander merchants, right? You trade association types are worms. Coming over to our land, leeching off our people. Who's gonna leap to your defense, huh? Tell me, who's gonna stick their neck out for the likes of you? Look at that, no response. You know I'm right. Face it, this is Inazuma. You've got no ties here. You're at the bottom of the pile. Can you really blame us for walking all over you?
You are despicable.
Hey, I just had an idea. Since you came all this way, how about we do some business?
Business?
Pay up, and you can take your fabric back. Sound good? If you ask me, it beats walking out of here with black eyes and a broken nose.
You're just a big bully.
What choice do I have?
Wait. Mr. Kurisu, please do not pay any money to this man.
But...
I trust you remember our agreement? If you keep your lips firmly sealed, I too shall uphold my end of the deal.
Oh, yes, of course.
Then please stand well back where it is safe. Now, it is time for me to honor my word!
Let's get down to business.
Whirling snow! Nice and spicy!
You wait!
By royal decree!
To the ferry. To the ferry.
Want a taste of my hammer?
Lucky day.
Midnight Phantasmagoria!
Boom!
You're toast!
Give up.
Here's my hammer. Picked.
Well, that's resolved then!
No, please, It was nothing. I was simply doing my duty.
Miss Kamisato! Traveler! Are you hurt?
No, I'm not
Don't
good.
worry, we're fine. The vagrants left in quite a hurry. It would seem they didn't have time to take anything with them. I believe your stolen goods should all be here.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
You'd best do a count.
6, 8, 10. Yep, it's all here.
Great! Now we can finally buy some silk!
Buy silk? You mean you need some of the silk here?
This was indeed our intent.
Don't get us wrong, though. That's not the reason we helped you out. Even if it were just a few carrots or cabbages, chances are we still would have helped you get them back. Paimon thinks we're pretty lucky. If we arrived any later, our chances of getting silk in Inazuma would have been 0.
I honestly can't thank you all enough. Please, say no more. You need silk? I'll pick out a piece for you right away.
Thank you, good sir. How much do I owe you?
Oh, it's free of charge. I could never ask you to pay after everything you've done for me.
No, that will never do. Things cost what they cost, and what they cost is what I shall pay.
Free silk.
Merchants already have enough challenges to deal with, and as Paimon explained, my help was unconditional. Please, sell your wares to me at the price you would sell them to any other customer. There is nothing to feel distressed about, because nothing, I repeat, nothing happened here in these woods today, did it?
That's true.
Thank you,
It was just an eventful stroll through the woods.
You have helped me greatly, and I will never forget it.
I'm still stuck on the fact that we definitely smuggled him out of Rito.
I must get these goods back to the association. If you ever need anything at all, just come to the International Trade Association and ask for Kurisu.
Very well. And thank you for the silk, Mr. Kurisu.
See you then! Bye! Safe journey home! Don't go getting robbed again!
Traveler, thank you for stepping in to help out.
But how come those vagrants didn't seem to know who you were? They must move in completely different circles. Maybe they've never seen anyone from the Kamisato clan before.
Perhaps. Either way, I'm glad they didn't recognize me. The fewer people who know what happened today, the better.
It's not every day an important person like you helps out someone like Kurisu. It really shows what a great person you are.
Oh, your praise is quite unwarranted. I merely did what anyone in my position would have done. I admit that it did feel strange for me to come to his aid. But this should have nothing to do with identity or social class. As far as I'm concerned, it was one individual helping another in need. I guess that deep down, I don't see how a society can be considered just when people encounter such obstacles in their livelihoods.
I mean, yes, but also, like, you gotta feel bad for him, because he's really being screwed over by the government. Like, you gotta feel bad for the International Trade Association. Like, if anything, they're doing Inazuma a favor, because let's be honest, like, it's very clear the Inazumans want, at the very least, international trade. I mean, they need the silk, and they kind of need several other things. Like, I think Inazuma has enough resources to sustain itself, but the fact of the matter is that the Raiden Shogun has only put down the Sakaku degree in recent years, so Inazuma has already been used to international trade goods, and so now they're lacking them. And that's a tough sell. Like, eventually you would get to the point where if you went a generation or two, it'd been long enough that people wouldn't be desiring these goods. They'd just be used to the Inazuman goods. But it's only been a year since the Sakaku degree, and so you're just kind of... everyone's kind of stuck, and I also don't get why, if they want to put on the Sakaku degree, why the why the government just be like, you gotta go to all these people in Ritu. Like, I get that it's because they want to still have some international trade and get these goods in, but it doesn't seem like they're getting these goods in, so what does it matter? Like, just tell them to go home and independently make your own goods, or don't. Some of it's a writing thing, and some of it's just, like, very clearly meant to represent that this is all a bad idea.
Sorry, I'm getting off topic. Right. Let's head back to Ogura Textiles and Kimonos and give our hard-won silk to the shopkeeper.
Okay!
I don't know. I know people call it the writing for Inazuma a lot, and, like, I somewhat agree. I'm also just not a very picky person when it comes to game writing, though.
Hey there, we're back!
Welcome back! So, any luck at the International Trade Association? Did they have any silk in stock?
Yes, they did. Here.
Excellent news! So, apart from the silk, I think everything else I need I've got in store already. I just need to go and take stock of our materials. It won't take me a moment. I'll be right back.
They better all be there.
She is Paimon.
I do hope nothing else is missing.
Don't have to be so pushy. They better all be there. Gosh.
Traveler, on the subject of garments, I've been meaning to acquire a new outfit for you, too.
I'm still upset about this. Okay? Like, I get that they want to make money off of a lot of the outfits, but I don't get why they don't just let us. This could have been such a good opportunity to let us, to introduce the concept of outfits and to let us have an outfit for each region. Because outfits were introduced, it must have been around this time, because when I joined, they were already in existence. Very clearly, they've been in existence since the first summer event. And that was before I joined. And that was before this quest went out. I think it would have been such a good idea for them to make an outfit for us for each region. And, you know, in every region people comment on, like, our outlandish clothing, but I'll be honest, I don't think the Traveler's outfit, especially on female Traveler, on Lumine, I don't think it's that outlandish. I really don't. I mean, there's some places where it particularly stands out, but, like, there are also regions where it doesn't, and I just don't understand why they don't just let us have this outfit. Like, I don't get it. It's not even a stinginess thing for me. It's like, because if it was stingy, I'd be like, oh, they've put it all behind a paywall. But they don't seem to want to give us a new outfit at all. And I don't get that. Like, at the very least, put it behind a paywall and I can complain that you're making me pay, but it exists. But they seem to really be going with the idea that Traveler's going to refuse it. And I don't get it, because lore-wise, that would make Traveler fit in more. That would work. Although at the same time, if you think about it, Traveler's blonde hair really makes her stand out. There's not an awful lot of blondes running around.
It's just, I wasn't sure how you'd feel about the idea of dressing in Inazuman attire. Oh, are you sure? Is that so? Impressive. So travelers of your stature hold themselves to a dress code, as well as a code of conduct.
I mean, I guess lore-wise, you could argue that if we want to make sure that we're dressed like this so our brother will recognize us, but, like, our brother's going to recognize us either way. Let's be honest here. Like, at this point in Inazuma, we've run into our brother. We know our brother's essentially hiding from us, working with the Abyss. And I have expressed before my thoughts on, listen, our brother's gonna have to put in the work to make us agree with him. There's a lot of people who are really like, oh, our sibling is right, and blah blah. And maybe it's because I don't have a sibling at all, but I'm just like, I don't really care about our sibling at this point. Like, he's mean. He's been mean to us. And he's hurt Dane's. But I just really don't get why they didn't even, like, make an outfit and put it behind a paywall. I don't get it. I really don't.
More like when you're away from home, you've gotta live by certain rules to survive, whether you like it or not. But Paimon would still love to check out some Inazuman outfits. Just what is that supposed to mean? They make them in whatever size the customer asks for.
Your interactions are so adorable to watch. I can certainly find someone to tailor a Paimon-sized outfit if Paimon so wishes.
But I don't know if I don't think it's because they're focused on the number of characters. I think they just genuinely are, like, going with this story of the Traveler needs to be in this one set outfit, which is a shame, because if you go on TikTok, there's a couple people who've created mods that create different outfits for the character depending on the region, and they're pretty cool. I don't play on a platform that would allow mods. And anyway, Hoyoverse doesn't allow mods. And I'm going to follow that, regardless of how I play Genshin. But I do think it's a shame that they didn't make it. And the other sucky thing is a lot of the people who use these mods to make outfits play with Aether. And I don't play with Aether, and I want to see Lumine in her region-specific outfits, but everyone just posts their Aether TikToks.
Well, if you're sure, as you
I'm
wish.
not sure. Please give me an outfit.
Something else I've been wondering is, how do people in other nations dress?
They sure do. Each nation has its own unique style. Traditional, fancy schmancy, casual, all very different, but each style is suited to its region.
Yes, I would highly recommend avoiding mods completely. Like I said, I play on the PlayStation, so mods for pretty much any game, even those that allow it, is out of the question. And again, I do want to reiterate that they don't allow mods, so I would highly recommend avoiding them at all costs. But I would avoid getting banned if possible. But you can at least watch the TikToks of the people who somehow are at least able to get away from it for the span of the TikTok. I'm guessing it's private servers, so.
The study of clothing is a profound discipline, and I still have much to learn.
I mean, hey, I've taken some fashion history classes, and the styling of clothing is interesting.
When clothing becomes part of the expression of one's personality, even an extension of one's body, that is quite a wonderful thing. So I am not against dressing up. Far from it.
Paimon agrees. You couldn't have put it any better.
Paimon, you're so adorable that you could wear anything and it would look lovely on you.
Wow! Paimon just got a compliment.
Sorry to keep you waiting. I've checked my inventory.
No, so this is... I feel like I should put something on my thing. This is my alternate account. I have a 3-year-old main account, but I decided to start streaming, and so I made an account. Well, okay, let me start reading. I, about halfway through my main account, got really into lore, but unfortunately, I was like, shit, I've missed all of the lore up to, like, the very end of the Sumeru Desert. I hadn't missed it, but I hadn't really, like, paid attention to it. And so when I decided I wanted to start streaming, I decided to make a new account. But I, of course, decided to make this account as I was graduating graduate school and also moving across the country. So I only stream this account on the weekends because I got a real life adult job and said, oh my gosh, this is stressful. But feel free to spoil any sort of lore. I am very much caught up on my main account. I just don't stream on my main account a lot because when you play on PlayStation, your Genshin account is tied to your PlayStation account, and your streaming capabilities are also tied to a specific PlayStation account, and it just takes some effort to switch streaming from one account to another. So I mostly stream on my account that is far behind. I show you after I get out of the cutscene, but I have myself region locked. So like I go to Mondstadt, I did all of Mondstadt, and then I did all of Liyue, and now I'm doing all of Inazuma.
Thank you. Is there anything else you're missing?
And it's great.
Fortunately not. I have all the materials I need. As for the size, would you like me to go by the dimensions given on the design?
Yes, please.
Understood. I'll get to work shortly. In total, that'll be this much.
Here you go. Is it possible to treat this as an urgent order?
Well, luckily, we don't have any other urgents at the moment, so I can begin work right away. It will still take me some time, though, so please come and collect it later. Until then, I'm sure you'll find somewhere nearby to pass the time.
Good idea! Let's check out the whole area. We don't want to leave any loose ends.
There will be no loose ends while you're in my company. I already decided where to go while we wait. For our next stop, I'd like to take you both for a meal.
Food? Oh, Paimon likes this plan.
Mm-hmm. I picked the venue especially for you. A humble local eatery called Kiminami Restaurant.
Yeah, I have
Relaxed atmosphere
Ningguang.
would suit our day much better than the prohibitively formal one of a high-end restaurant.
Once I get out of this cutscene, I'll show off
Shall
this
we head
account.
Yep. Paimon can't wait.
So, my main account has like half of the 5-star characters, but this account, because I only play on the weekends, doesn't have that many. So, we have Zhao and we have Nilou. But right now, I'm running Ningguang, which is why the Geo stuff is hanging around behind Lumina in cutscenes, because sometimes if I forget to not have Ningguang as the lead character, it'll show up. And then we have Xiangling, Fischl, and Jean. You can tell I need to do the last ascension. I've just run out of crystals. We're not having a fun time with that. I don't remember running out of crystals on my main account, but I probably just had so many characters I was farming for. And I was also getting on daily, but this one, when I get on daily, I've been working on my... Again, you can't tell, but I've been working on my Xiangling artifacts. All of my characters look like shit. Briefly, I was working on my Ningguang artifacts. I need to get one more piece, either a crit rate or a geo damage. And it's the same with my Fischl, and then my Jean is just... It's better that we don't talk about it.
Even if an antique is priceless, the happiness...
And then here's my... So I have the 3 islands. Yeah. Oddly enough, I don't play her at all on my main account. I got Klee very, very early on my main account, and I became a Klee main. But I am a big fan of really unusual teams. So for a very long time, pull up. Yes, so a very long time I was a Klee main, and I ran a Raiden, Klee, Zhongli, and Yelan, because you can combine the Raiden burst. Let me go somewhere where it won't make talking happen. You can combine the Raiden skill, Klee, and the Yelan burst together to make a lot of elemental effects. And then, let's see. For a while I was a Lyney main, and I did Raiden, Nahida, Zhongli, and Lyney, which is very unusual because usually you would go for full Pyro Lyney, but because I didn't play with Zhongling or Bennett, I didn't really have any of them at a point where it would do much good to play a full Pyro Lyney. And right now I'm a Neuvillette main, but it's a Hyper Bloom Neuvillette with Neuvillette, Furina, Nahida, and right now I'm running with Yaimiko, but I might switch to Raiden. But I'm trying to build my Clorinde, and the problem is my Clorinde takes like all characters that I don't really have built, So it's Clorind, Chevreuse, Toma, and then I do have my Fischl built. And I mostly have my Clorind built. Like, I have all of her artifacts. I mean, they're not... So the other thing about me is I don't really like to farm artifacts. I'm currently working on it. This whole week I've been on every day, but I go through periods where I just, like... I get really bad eye strain, and so I don't like to come on for very long, and so I tend to not farm my artifacts. So a lot of my characters don't have, like, the world's greatest, and I tend to, after a couple weeks, I get tired of the domain, and so I move on to a new domain. So my characters don't tend to have, like, the highest, best artifacts, which is fine with me because I don't tend to play, like, the Abyss and stuff. I like lore, I like to open up chests, and so I tend to just do a lot of overworld stuff, especially when I have 2 accounts. Like, I am that person that I don't want to sit here and try something over and over again to try to get a success. Like, after 1 or 2 attempts at getting through, like, an Abyss level, or... I've gotten through level 10 or 11 on my main account. So I've gotten that far. It's not like I haven't gotten past, like, level 1. But I tend to not, you know, if I wanted to play things on really high difficulty, I would. But I have a lot of video games to play, and I just want to have fun. I don't want to be sitting here stressing about, like, my characters can't be this level, so I tend to just do the overworld stuff, which is part of why I have really unusual teams. You can see I have a lot of wishes saved up on this account. Besides kind of region locking myself, I also am trying to wish for characters that I don't have on my main account, which is a lot. Currently, so I don't have Hu Tao on my main account, but I don't really like her. So I'm currently waiting for Chaska, because I would like a character that can fly in the air. That would be great. So that's what we're doing now. And like I said, I have the first 3 islands, and I have all of Mondstadt, Dragonspine, and Liyue. So I still have Chenyu Vale and the Chasm. I don't know how I have 24% of the Chasm done. I'm pretty sure that's all just from teleport points. But my plan is to obviously do Liyue and Enkanomiya and then move on to the Chasm. I'm trying to kind of do it in order of release, just so that I have all my lore, because I mostly made this account to work on lore. It's mostly so I can do it on straight. I don't think Mavika's on the next patch. I'm pretty sure she's on the patch after. So, next patch is not supposed to have an Archon quest or anything. So, from my understanding, it's Neuvillette, Zhongli, Chaska, and Lyney. They haven't announced it yet, but that's my understanding, is that Mavika is on 5.3. So not the next patch, but the patch after. Which is unfortunate for my main account, because that just means I cannot wish for a long time. I'm guaranteed on both accounts. I have the next wish guaranteed. So, like, this one, I'm really, really close to soft pity, so I cannot wish on anything until Chaska comes out. And I highly debated Staff of Homa, but, like, all of these 4-star weapons are shit, and 1,000 Floating Dreams could be good, except I don't have any of the characters that it could be good on except Lisa, and I'm not running Lisa. So, unfortunately, we're just at this point hoarding wishes. which sucks. Because actually, part of why I originally made this account is to just constantly wish on. My original idea was like, I'll constantly wish on characters that I don't have, and I'll just, every time I have enough for a wish, I'll go. But then I was like, it just ran into the problem of like, what happens when I have characters like Hu Tao, who I just really don't want? Or what happens with a banner where it's all characters that I have on my main account? Like, I've run into that at least once. So, I don't know, maybe I'll get Chaska and maybe somebody will get a weapon. On my main account, I have a couple people's weapons. On my main account, I have Aqua Simulacra, and I know I have Nouvelette's weapon, and I have the Wanderer's weapon. Not on this account. I should go over that. So on my main account, I have Venti, Klee, Zhongli, Yoimiya, Ayaka, Kazuha, Raiden, Kokomi, Yamiko, Yulan, Nahida, Wanderer, Nouvelette, Lenny, Furina, Navia, Clarin, and Muani. So I already have Zhongli on my main account. Yeah, I have a lot of characters. I have been playing for almost 3 years. And so this is a free-to-play account, but my main account I do Welkin on every month. And I basically reached the point where if I'm not wishing for new characters, I'm not doing anything. Like, I've gotten at this point all of there's some I kind of want Wriothesley, I'll be honest, but I might go for him on this account instead. But for the most part, I've gotten most of the event characters that I could want. I don't know, my main account, like, technically isn't complete because most of my characters aren't built. Like, most of my 5-star characters are built, but a lot of my 4-star characters aren't. But, like, when it comes to exploration and stuff, it's complete. But I do have a lot of characters on my main. No, this way. We're gonna switch to Zhongling, but also, thank you for following. Sorry there's no fun, like, emote or anything. When you play on PlayStation, you don't get the fun emotes. Or little video things or sound cues or anything. You can get the emotes, but you don't get, like, the sound cues and stuff. And I also don't get the sound cues. Yeah, I basically just get the Welkin, and that's mostly enough for me. I've spent some a couple times, so I know I spent to get Zhongli, and I also think I spent money to get Kazuha on my main account. I'm pretty sure I got Jean initially, so Kazuha was a weird one because he was actually on the banner when I first started, but I went for Klee first because I didn't really know a lot about Genshin. And I also knew she was more of a DPS than Kazuha, and so I went for her because Genshin was kind of my first video game. And I wasn't doing well without a DPS, a good DPS. I mean, Klee's not great, but she's better than the 4 stars that you get initially. And then the next time Kazuha ran, was on a banner with Kokomi, and I kind of needed Kokomi more than I needed Kazuha. So the next time Kazuha ran, I got Jean, and so I spent some money after the fact to get Kazuha on my bank account. But I don't plan on spending any money on this account. It's hard though on my main account. I might have to spend more money in the future because for so long I was able to rely on the fact that I had more places to explore, but now that I'm all caught up, it's like I can only rely on new places to explore. I can't really rely on, like, for so long I was like, oh, I have, you know, the Chasm, and I have Chenyu Vale, and I have the Sea of Bygone Eras, but it's all gone now. I finished them. I use an interactive map too, so it's not even like I'm like, oh, I have like a chest somewhere that could be hiding. Like, it's all gone. It's all gone.
Please speak to President Summer. I'm just a
It could get interesting soon.
Are we here? Ooh, it's one of those street-side places. Looks cute and cozy.
Yes, it was... I can't remember why, but so for a very long time I had the outside part of the chasm, like the above ground part done, but I didn't have the inside. And then I believe it was before the Sea of Bygone Eras came out that I finished up the inside of the chasm. So I like it lore-wise, but I didn't particularly like it exploration-wise because I don't tend to like dark indoor places very much. So I had a hard time completing it, but I actually completed it really fast. But yeah, on my main account, it is 100% done. I have all of the quests related to it done and everything. It was definitely way harder than Enkanomiya. There's this section that, like, is really weird to get. So I think that part of my problem with it is that the chasm has some weird map things where, like, you just can't fully read the map to understand to get how to certain places of the chasm, and I struggled really hard with that, which sucked. And I guess I shouldn't say I have 100% of every place done. Like, I know I have some fishing that I need to do in Inazuma to, like, complete the Togiali Tales and stuff. I hate fishing. It's the Stardew Valley in me that hates fishing.
Welcome! Oh, Miss Kiminami, how do you do?
Oh, Miss Kamisato, perfect timing. Your booking was for... well, right now.
I'm pretty sure I did Enkanomiya in like a weekend. Or maybe a day. When I'm streaming, things usually take me a day or two. To be honest, it usually takes me a couple weekends. Just because I tend to get headaches when I wear my headset a lot. But when I play by myself on my main account, because like I said, I don't stream off of it a lot. I've been known to play for like 10 plus hours and just speed through things. I'm pretty sure I streamed the second half of my chasm exploration though.
I believe so. We'll be sticking to the order I placed in advance. As for the other matter we discussed, thank you for your help.
Excellent. No problem. And everything you asked for is ready and waiting.
I'm definitely excited for the lore of both of the places to go through it, though. So I try to read everything I pick up except for the books that go in the archive. I need to have a stream where I just sit and read all of them. I just keep putting it off because, like I said, I tend to get headaches from my headset sometimes. What it is I have eye strain, and so between that and the headset, I go a little crazy. But I keep meaning to have a reading stream. I don't know, some of the people who come in and watch sometimes tell me my voice is really relaxing. It's probably not today, because before you came on, I had been chugging water because I was really, really drunk. But I think I've chugged enough water now that I'm probably at the very least not noticeably drunk.
Traveler, tiny
I don't know, I guess you can tell me if I
for a
am.
moment while I prepare your food.
Go ahead and take a seat. There is something I need to take care of, but I'll be back momentarily. It's nothing of that sort. I just have a few minor things I need to attend to. I won't be long.
No, I joined a gym
She sure
recently.
left in a hurry. Whatever it is, it must be pretty urgent.
And so I'm trying to get rid of all of my unhealthy food before I really, set in and work on the gym. I've been still going to the gym, but, I want to get rid of all my really unhealthy food, like alcohol, and I have some cake and stuff before I, really set in so that I can kind of hunker down and work on it. But I also don't want to throw the food away because, it's perfectly good and, it's not, but it's also not in a condition that I can just donate to people. I can't donate 2 slices worth of a whole cake to a food bank. That's ridiculous. So this weekend I'm kind of having my last hurrah, if you will. But I don't know. I made biscuits before I got drunk, and I ate a ton of biscuits. Pretty sure I'd already been drinking when I made the biscuits. It was probably an idea that occurred to me after a couple drinks.
So you two are Miss Kamisato's friends? Well, we serve all the classics. Sure, there are fancier looking places out there, but the food here speaks for itself. Hope you enjoy it. Over the years we've been in business, we've gotten to know the Kamisato clan quite well. Miss Kamisato and her brother are both fond of our food. They're always sending staff down here to order something and take it back to them. Her table booking surprised me. Not least because it was a group reservation. This is the first time I've ever heard of Miss Kamisato going out for dinner with friends.
The first time ever? Whoa. Guess that makes us pretty important people, huh?
Sure does. And I'm probably crossing the line here, but I'm just telling you what others have told me. Apparently, Miss Kamisato doesn't have a lot of friends.
And I know her parents died when she was somewhat young, but it doesn't fully make sense that her parents wouldn't have been pushing them to be friends with the nobility of other Inazuma families. This doesn't fully make sense. And also, I know that her brother does a lot of the footwork for the clan, but it also doesn't make sense that she would not be really out there and stuff. I don't know. This whole thing with Ayaka doesn't have friends just doesn't fully make sense to me. Even if they're not her real friends. I feel as the eldest daughter and only daughter of her clan, there would be a push and a need for her to not only make friends, but to make herself really visible. And that's the other part of the quest, is she doesn't go out to festivals and stuff like that. I don't think that's how it works. Just based off of nobility and stuff we see from the modern day.
Possible. She's so kind and polite to everyone. Paimon would have thought that would make her really popular.
That's what I used to think too. But it turns out the rules of social interaction are a bit more complicated than that.
I don't know, maybe it's an Inazuma specific thing, but I just... And it's hard because I'm not... I mean, very clearly. I'm not Japanese. I'm not from Japan. I've never been to Japan. I don't know what the social rules are like here. I just know on a level of what we see in the nobility of other countries, it doesn't quite make sense. I'm gonna go get some more water. I'll be back real quick. Right, I'm back. I also took this opportunity to grab some ice cream. You know, we really gotta eat everything possible. Okay.
Nobody in the neighborhood has a bad word to say about her. They all say she's beautiful, elegant, graceful. Not to mention that she belongs to one of the most illustrious clans in the land. In short, they see her as a model young lady. But that's just it. People look at her and they see a model of perfection, and they don't feel like that's something they can relate to. So the majority of kids from our ordinary families don't even try to talk to her. So you see, on paper, she sounds like a girl everyone would want to get to know. But in practice, she finds it difficult to make friends.
Huh. Paimon never would have guessed.
We don't speak all that much, but we do go quite a way back. I've always admired her for taking on so many responsibilities at such a young age. So it makes me really happy to see her here with friends today.
Exactly.
Anyway,
she's taking on
relax.
a lot of responsibilities,
Enjoy your meal.
and I just think...
Please,
yes,
talk to her as
they're
much as possible.
siblings.
I know she'll appreciate it. Consider it a favor for the whole neighborhood. Look after her for us.
Huh? That sounded like Ayaka.
I'm so sorry, Traveler. Could you join me over there for a minute? I need your help with some... I'm sorry. I didn't want to drag you away all of a sudden. I, just had a cooking catastrophe.
So, Ayato is the older sibling, and Ayaka is the younger sibling. And like I said, their parents died when they were not like young, because Ayato was old enough to take on the family, but young enough. They were like in their teens. And I mean, I know part of why we know it isn't young isn't just from their voice lines, but also we know the family took on Toma when he was somewhat, I mean, he wasn't young either. Yeah, so Ayato is the head of the clan, but he was kind of disastrously written. They wrote him so that he was supposed to have been doing something important while all of the main quest was going on, but we don't know what he was doing. His story quest was trash and basically not about him at all. And the problem is that following the Archon quest being done, they released the other two Inazuma Islands, and we know he couldn't have been doing anything on those two islands. We know he couldn't have been doing anything on the Tatarigami Island or the Choji Island, because there's nobody there. So that leaves the main island and Watatsumi. We know he couldn't have been doing anything on Watatsumi because the government would have been going after him. So we have to assume that either he was on Narukami and just not involved at all in the main quest, or he was on some other unknown, unnamed Inazuma Island. Because unlike a lot of the regions of Tibet, Inazuma doesn't have these like islands that are named in the lore and just aren't released. Like, I don't think we know of another Inazuma Island. And like I said, if he had come out and then they'd given him this like great story quest that talked a lot about his character, I think people would have forgiven that. But his story quest sucks. It just does. It's bad. I don't look forward to doing it. It was bad. And so his character is basically a non-entity. I mean, he doesn't show up a lot in events. In general, Inazuma isn't on a lot of events. But he also just doesn't show up because he's not a favored character of the people, because he's not in the Archon quest and he doesn't do anything important. And it's all kind of this one big vicious cycle of that. Which is a shame, because they kind of talked him up to be like this big deal. Yeah, like, ultimately, and I think the other problem with the commission that they're part of is that, like, it's supposed to be in charge of festivals. But again, we see Ayaka doesn't go to a lot of festivals. Ayato seems to be missing from everything. And so it's really like hard to place them both. Like, Ayaka gets away with the fact that she's in the main story and she's a hot waifu. Ayato doesn't have those same qualities. And so it really just makes him look like he has essentially no character. And it's a shame. I do think they've learned from that if you look at post-Inazuma characters. For the most part, all of the 5 stars occur within the main story, and those who don't have decent story quests. For example, with Fontaine, you have Chiori, and arguably you have Amelie, who's kind of Fontaine, but also Sumeru. I found both of those story quests to be pretty good. trying to think of who else. Like I said, I think they've definitely learned to lean more towards characters that are towards putting their characters in the main story. I do think they've learned from that a lot more. On my main quest, I've reached everywhere. To be clear, on my main quest, I am caught up. Or on my main account, I am caught up. On this account, we're only at where we are, the Inazuma quest. But on my main account, I've gotten through all of Fontaine and all of Natlan as far as I can go. We're just waiting for the new account. So.
Oh, so that loud noise we heard came from the cooking pot.
As you can see, this house is right next to the restaurant. It's where the owner lives. Actually, this whole compound is the family's private property. I asked Miss Kiminami to prepare some ingredients and utensils for me so that I could cook a special dish here.
Right! If there's something you want to eat, you could just order it from the menu.
Actually, I wanted to cook something as a gift for Tsubaki. My mother mentioned in her notebook that Tsubaki enjoys food from all over the world. So I thought, if I'm going to meet Tsubaki, perhaps a dish from overseas would make a fitting gift.
A dish from overseas? So anything from outside Inazuma counts, right? If so, then we've got lots of options, don't we?
That's what I was thinking. You must have picked up a lot of knowledge about different cultures on your travels. Hopefully including regional cuisines.
I'm not caught up in cooking on this account.
Just as a personal favor. Is that okay? I'll be indebted to you.
On my main account, I'm trying to complete perfection on all the recipes. But I kind of dropped it for a while. I'll be honest, about midway through Fontaine is when I moved across the country for my new job. And I kind of had to drop some stuff like that. I just was... I needed to take a break from perfecting stuff like that. And I never quite got back into it. But now I'm doing better. I'm starting to get on daily again. I don't know. There was a period of time where with my new job, I was just coming home and going to sleep. It also didn't help that I mean, this isn't a bad thing, but I started playing some other games. So I had to take some time away from Genshin. I have played Honkai Star Rail, but I'm really, really behind on that. I've only got to, like, the second region you can go to, because I just keep putting it off to play Genshin.
Great. But what kind of overseas dish would make a suitable gift? It needs to survive a journey from the kitchen to the recipient's doorstep.
Oh, Paimon knows! There's one dish out there that was practically created for this purpose! Pizza!
Pizza?
It's an assortment of toppings and sauce spread over a bread base and cooked in the oven. And it's so good!
That does sound pretty good.
Oh shit, now you're asking me to make fucking pizza. That's the part where I'm still a little too drunk to do, is reading multiple options on the screen.
Oh, it's ready.
It smells delicious. You're an excellent cook, Traveler.
I try.
I would love to be able to master dishes from all over the world.
Well, all you need to learn is a recipe. We can bring you some more recipes in the future if you like.
Great. I look forward to learning from your culinary expertise.
How are you all doing? Whoa, is this... Miss Kamisato, this must be the dish you were talking about.
Yes, an overseas dish cooked by the Traveler. Could I trouble you to package it for me?
Sure, no problem. Oh, it smells good. I bet it tastes amazing. Oh, now I really want to put something like this on our menu.
Want us to teach you how to make it?
Oh, could you?
So they are connected, so it's all connected with Genshin. Like, a lot of their games are really... They're not, like, directly connected, but it's very clear that there are elements from each game. So if you play Honkai Star Rail, there's a room in, like, the very, very beginning where you can find some stuff from Genshin and I believe from Honkai. But I have never played Honkai Impact 3. I'm pretty sure the only way I could play it is on my phone, and I tend to pick up and leave phone games really, really quickly. I just don't have time to pay attention to them, so I mostly just play things on my PlayStation 4. And I need to get back into Honkai Star Rail. Like I said, I took a massive break when Natlan came out, and I just haven't picked it back up. To be honest, I took a break before Natlan came out. I wasn't feeling very well. And then Natlan came out. And then I did actually stream off of my main account for the Natlan release. And then I switched back. And I keep meaning to get back into it, and I just haven't. I have a couple games that I want to play. Like, I bought Baldur's Gate, and I have the Nier Automata series. And I have a couple things. It's hard, though, because originally when I was in graduate school, I streamed multiple days a week. And so I was able to play multiple games at a time. But I'm having a hard time streaming beyond Saturday and Sunday. I just come home and I just want to go to bed.
The most satisfying meals are the ones you share with other people. So Paimon thinks that our friends in Mondstadt wouldn't mind us sharing this dish with Inazuma.
So to answer...
That's great. I've always wanted to learn how to cook some international dishes.
So to answer your question, I don't think you need to play... Like, I don't think you need to play Honkai the Third to understand anything regarding Genshin and HSR. Like I said, they're connected, but they're not, like, necessary to understand any of them. They're not directly connected. There's just things that are shared across the games. Almost like a Hoyo signature, if you will. But to be honest, at this point, unless you're looking to play a bunch of games at a time, I would highly recommend just playing Honkai Star Rail and not the other Honkais.
If you can write down a recipe for me, I'll add it to our menu and put a promotion where everyone will see it. Since we've become a closed nation, people haven't had the chance to try anything new. Traveler, you're the best! I'll go pack up this dish for Miss Kamisato. Please, make your way back to the restaurant whenever you're ready. The food will be waiting for you.
You could have sold that recipe for a high price, but you selflessly gave it away for free. You're a wonderful person.
You can probably find someone on YouTube who played Honkai Impact the Third. and you could probably just watch them do. To be honest, if you're like really, really into Hoyover's shared lore, I bet there's a recorded series out there. That's actually how I find a lot of the games that I end up playing, is on YouTube. I run into people playing different games and I'm like, oh my gosh, that looks fun. That, and I inherit games from my dad. When he's done with games on his PlayStation, he gives them to me. Some of them I like, some of them I'm like, I don't want to play this. Why did you give this to me?
I mean it. I admire you a lot, and I'm so proud to be friends with someone of such fine character. Well, you should probably write down the recipe now, no?
Yeah, let's make sure we include all the details and then give it to Miss Kiminami. So, pizza. Start with the basic ingredients. Correctamundo. Right, now to add the next couple of ingredients. Yep, that's right. Now for the cooking instructions. Place onto oven rack at high heat and cooked until golden brown. Alright, it's done! Long may our reputations and our recipes precede us wherever we go in Inazuma.
I have no doubt that they will. This dish is exquisite.
Cool! Then let's get this recipe to Miss Kiminami pronto!
Yeah. I think I know which lore bomb you're talking about. In which case, it had kind of been hinted at. I struggle with Honkai Star Rail. I'm not quite sure I understand all of, and some of it's because I'm so early in the game. I'm not quite sure I understand all of the different gods and stuff like that. It doesn't help that I originally started playing Honkai on my phone when I was in the process of moving across the country, and I had no intention of streaming it. And then I picked it up streaming, and look at us now. But I felt like it had really complicated lore. Genshin was understandable to me, but that it was aided by the fact that I watched like a lot of YouTube videos on it.
Hey, have you written out the recipe?
Here it is.
Thank you. Wowie, this is so exciting. I want to make it right away.
Traveler, Paimon, please accept my sincerest apologies for delaying your meal.
Oh, this makes me hungry.
No problem. Food always tastes better when you've worked up an appetite.
This makes me want sushi really
begin
bad.
Before it gets cold. Well, what do you think?
But the Kroger by me is already
cuisine
closed.
to your liking?
It's amazing! Paimon loved this one! Oh, and especially that one over there!
Good. I'm relieved. When I was attempting to cook earlier on, did you chat with the owner at all? And did she, say anything about me?
She did, but don't worry. She's just happy for you is all.
She's happy for me? Oh, then she must have told you.
The cat is meowing in the background. It's
What
so
does it
cute.
matter? I know just as well as anybody else that I've got
I've
no
been
friends.
thinking about getting a cat at my apartment for myself.
Most people just haven't had the chance to talk to you one-on-one before.
Thank you for your comforting words, Paimon. It's all true, though. I just don't have very many friends.
Because no
Most
one
of the
has a
time
chance
I'm
to
either
talk to
accompanied by
you.
family or staff. So everyone must have found it quite a surprise to see me taking you out for a meal.
Exactly! You've got at least 2 friends right here.
Aw, thank you. That makes me so happy. Excuse me. I'm forgetting myself.
Hey now, expressing your feelings is the right thing to do. Keeping them locked away inside isn't gonna do you any good now, is it?
I agree. So, I just want to say how happy I feel that you both see me as a true friend.
Of course we do. That's always been our style. If someone's nice to us, we're nice to them too. Friendship can go a long way.
Oh, the cat is meowing in the background and I love it.
Tsubaki in her notebook, and now it's made you want to find them too.
Yes. I think friendship is an extremely precious thing. And ours is one that I will always treasure.
While we're on the topic though, who is this Tsubaki person anyway?
Well, I think I have an idea, but it's just speculative at this point. I think that Tsubaki might be a fox envoy.
A fox envoy?
Look at it seeing
that's what I
itself
think.
in the back. Oh my god.
Even I, my mother's own daughter, had never even heard of this friend before. It just seems so mysterious. So I think it must be someone with transcendent abilities who doesn't show themselves very often. And
It makes
fox
me
envoys
miss my
are nothing
cat
new.
who lives with my parents.
Stories have been told about them in Inazuma
But
since
it's too late at
times.
night
You must
to
have met
ask
Kujiya
for a
before.
picture of my
Well,
cat.
she's a fox envoy. That got me thinking. Maybe there are fox envoys out there in Inazuma that people just don't know about. And maybe Tsubaki is one of them.
Whoa! So Inazuma also has supernatural beings?
When you say also...
Well, before Inazuma, we spent some time in Liyue. They have lots of supernatural beings there, like the Adepti. All kinds of them too. Up in the sky, down below the ground, in the water.
Really? I've come across such things being asserted in books, but to hear someone talk about it from first-hand experience is extremely surprising.
Well, they
So
don't like to
Liyue
talk
lives
to
up
people
its
very much.
reputation. Its culture has a long history and gives rise to the most beautiful legends. Quite captivating.
You should come visit Liyue with us sometime. The best part is, they have loads and loads of delicious delicacies.
Really? I would love that. Speaking of delicacies, Traveler, Paimon, have you eaten your fill?
No.
Oh, Paimon has.
Excellent. Then let's collect the kimono. That...
Okay. I'm gonna go put my ice cream back real quick so it doesn't melt.
Even if an antique is priceless, the happiness it brings lasts for only the moment that you obtain it.
How can I improve my culinary skills?
Yeah, so I pretty much always had a cat growing up until about when I moved to grad school, because that's when I moved. I've actually moved across the country twice.
My culinary skills.
I moved across the country to go to grad school, and I moved to a new place across the country from even that, post-grad school. So I always had a cat growing up, and I know the second set of cats that we had, I actually had to close the door at night when I slept because they would jump on the bed with me and it would wake me up. So it'd definitely be something to consider now because I live, my apartment doesn't have like a door between the bedroom and the kitchen, if that makes sense. Or like the bedroom, the kitchen, and the living room. It's all very open air, if you will. It just has an open entryway. It has a door to the bathroom and a main entrance door, and that's it. That's what I'm trying to explain. And so, I feel like a cat could wake me up a lot. Part of my hesitancy is I'm worried that, like, leaving it at home all day, it'll pee on the carpet and not in the litter box. That makes me nervous.
Your garment is ready, Miss Kamisato. I've folded and packaged it for you. Oh, and the other item we discussed? That's ready too.
Thank you very much.
No, thank you. It is a beautiful piece of clothing, and it was a pleasure to work on. See you again next time.
Traveler, I have a gift for you.
Whoa, looks super fancy. Is that for wearing in your hair?
So, one of my cats growing up... Yeah. One of my cats growing up, so I lived in a house and we had a basement, and we had to have work done on our basement, and when we moved our couch, she peed on the couch, and then once cats pee on the couch, it like pees on anything, it like attracts them back to it. And so for the whole time we had this work done on our basement, which was quite a long time, they just kept peeing on it, and then they started peeing on other things around the house. And eventually we got them to stop when we got rid of the couch, ironically enough. But I feel like it's made me paranoid. Also, I just like... Maybe it's because of COVID and the fact that now my mom works at home and so she stays with the cat full time. But there is part of me that's like, I don't want to leave my cat at home all day.
It's a hairpin in the style of a white heron. As well as a hair accessory, you can also use it as an ornament. I couldn't ask for your help and offer nothing at all in return. So this is my gift to you. I'm glad you like it.
Speaking of white herons, that's what your title means, doesn't it? Shirasagi Himegimi. So this gift is like a little piece of yourself. It's just as elegant and beautiful as you are.
You flatter me, Paimon. If this gift reminds you of me, that is all I could ask for.
It definitely will. Alright, well, now we've got what we came for. We can set off. Time to go meet Tsubaki.
Probably the sound of me breathing. When I got back up, I probably knocked my microphone into further close to my mouth. Also, because I play on the PlayStation, I just play with like a headset with a microphone attached, so we are not playing with like the greatest of headset. I mean, it's just headphones with a microphone attached. I mean, I did spend some money. I did at one point upgrade my headset, but not exactly. I didn't like
so, a transcendent
spend
being
a ton of
lives
money.
here? Ooh, if someone lives here, then why is it so chilly?
'Cause it's by the water.
I'm asking myself the same question. How strange. I'm quite sure that this is the location my mother wrote about, but surely... I'm starting to have second thoughts. But since we're here, I still think we should go inside and explore in full.
Yeah, makes sense. Who knows? Maybe there's a surprise waiting in there for us. So, what does the notebook say exactly?
Let me think. A crane brings one fresh flower in its beak to decorate my hair, while a white rabbit sews a hemline from 4 rays of moonlight. Dressed appropriately, I face eastward and call out Tsubaki's name 7 times. In the blink of an eye, I'm standing on the path that leads to her house.
Sounds like a fairy tale. So your mom would do a little ritual, and just like that, Tsubaki would come to meet her?
I have a feeling that it could be some sort of code. Let's get a little closer before coming to any conclusions.
Good idea. bushes on the rocks in here. Could that be anything?
I remember my first time I couldn't find anything. I couldn't find this.
Strange. There's nothing in here. Let's keep looking around.
Pretty sure I'm a maniac. I also somehow just ended up the first time going to the right conspicuous wall.
Huh. There's nobody here. Just this box. Did it open? Did it open? Did our Inazuma Adeptus leave any treasure here?
What's this?
Huh. Looks like a book.
It seems to be another notebook. Could it be Tsubaki's notebook? Let's step back outside now. The atmosphere here is different than I'd imagined. Somehow, it makes me a little reluctant to open the notebook.
Paimon knows what you mean. Reading in low light is really bad for your eyes. Come on, let's get back outside.
I don't think that's what she meant, Paimon.
Here will do just fine.
Alright, let's see what the notebook says. Ooh, Paimon bets it's all about mysterious treasure. So exciting! What is it? Why are you whispering all of a sudden? You're making Paimon nervous. Oh, you want to let Ayaka read the notebook without distraction. Seems whatever's written in there must be pretty major after all. But, based on her expression, probably not a treasure map. What could it be?
Traveler, Paimon, sorry to keep you waiting so long.
No worries, it wasn't long at all. You're a very fast reader.
Yes, I have. I think I ought to share the truth of this notebook with you both, even though the contents are completely different than what I was expecting.
Different how? You mean it wasn't a Fox Envoy who wrote this?
Not a Fox Envoy, no. It turns out that Tsubaki's real identity is my mother herself.
Huh?
Surprised? Me too. But that's what it says at the very beginning of the notebook. Tsubaki and I are the same person, and yet we are different. When I become Tsubaki, I stop being Kamisato Kayo and become the most ordinary woman in the world. What follows in these pages is the ordinary, everyday life of a regular person. Nothing more, nothing less. This notebook is, for the most part, a collection of my mother's musings, both private and trivial. All of the things we thought were about Tsubaki were in fact about my mother herself.
We don't know yet who exactly. So they call the god, I kind of say in quotes, who separated looming in either the sustainer of heavenly principles, and we kind of assume that they're connected to Celestia, and probably more so one of the subordinates. So how people kind of address Celestia is like, Celestia is a place, but it's also kind of a being. And then this person seems to be upholding the heavenly principles of Celestia. But they're not... There is no, like, official Genshin lore video, just to be clear. Everything will be fan-made. But we still don't know. I can put in the chat who my favorite Genshin lore people are. I would just have to find them. So, Mainslip is a good one. I have a couple others. Like I said, I just don't know them off the top of my head. Here's one of them that I've watched. I said a lot of these are just people that I've watched. I follow a lot of people on YouTube, so I can't find a lot of them. To be clear, some of these people are like more speculation than lore, but they are people that I like to watch. Minslip is more in the lore side, and like some of these are more speculation-y.
The Seven.
A lot of times, though, I look up my lore more like by topic. So I was really into Sumeru and the lore there. I'll also, this is not a lore thing, but I'll toss in my Discord if you would like to join, and I would love to talk about lore there. Right now we don't talk about an awful lot because there's not an awful lot about it in the Discord. But I would love to talk about lore. And if I run into any other lore things, I'll for sure share them.
So that means that the kimono design and the international dishes
are things that my mother wished to try, yes. I'm sure this all sounds utterly bizarre to you. But to me at least, my mother's behavior is completely understandable. Or to put it another way, I actually have another side to myself as well. I was at a loss for words when I started reading the contents of the notebook. It almost felt like someone had looked inside my mind, examined my thoughts, and then written them all down on paper.
Yeah, there's some really good Conreal lore out there too. So I'm trying to find the people I watched by like looking up specifically topics that I know that I've watched. Here's another one. Through Conria. I think I've got all of them now. It's hard because, like, some of them name themselves, like, really weird things. And so I'm like, I think I've watched. Here we go. Here's the one I was looking for.
From the moment my mother married my father, she became the mother of the Kamisato household. And with that came all sorts of duties. At the same time, the prestige of the Yashiro Commission brought its own share of responsibility. On top of that, every action she ever took was seen as representing the Kamisato clan. People were always watching her. Under such circumstances, she never had much time to do the things she really wanted to do. After my parents passed away, Ayato and I took over responsibility for the affairs of the clan. We ran into all sorts of difficulties during that time. I'm not sure if people outside the clan could ever imagine what it was like. Every time I found myself up against a difficult issue, I'd ask myself, did my mother go through this too? What would she have done in this situation? Maybe it's because it had been so long since I last saw her, but somehow, all that was left of her in my mind was the side of her that inspired awe and commanded respect. But my image of her was incorrect. When I read this notebook, I realized she was just like me. Underneath whatever position she may have held, she was just an ordinary person. She liked pretty kimonos. She wanted to try food from different places. She yearned to see sights she'd never seen before. Maybe this all sounds immature to you, but I feel just the same way. I want to live life not as Kamisato Ayaka, but as an ordinary woman.
Oh yeah, it's one of the animations. There are some people who make really good animations. I'm pretty sure this might have actually been from Chinese Genshin Impact, but yeah, I think it was one of the anniversary animations. I play North America, and we just don't get quite as much.
Mother wrote that she'd always wanted to go to a local Inazuman festival. She said that sometimes, on a clear night, if you looked out from our house, you could see lights off in the distance. I've seen those lights too. It looks so lively with so many people. And it's so brightly lit, it makes the whole sky glow. Of course, sometimes it does make me a bit anxious from a public order perspective.
Yeah, I mean, some of these things are really, really good at... Some of these fan-made things are really, really good at being able to collaborate with some of the VAs. I mean, a lot of the VAs are really accessible and willing to work with fan content.
But for someone of my position to just show up at a festival with no warning, it could be considered improper etiquette. Especially in my parents' generation, when the Yashiro Commission didn't have a particularly close relationship with the populace. Even if no one stopped us, the idea of the Yashiro Commission going out into the crowd, it'd certainly draw some strange looks. People would probably start thinking there was trouble afoot. Mother said that she didn't want to put people on edge. She wanted everyone to enjoy the fun and freedom of the festival. She didn't want to disturb them, and didn't have much free time anyway, so she never went. Not even once.
Aw, so the kimono design, that must have been the outfit she planned on wearing if she ever did go to a festival, right?
That's right. And sometimes, festivals sell international food. She wanted to try that too. I hope this isn't a disrespectful thing to say, but I never knew my mother was so in touch with her inner child.
Well, that's not disrespectful at all. Paimon thinks your mom was the best of both. A big softy on the inside, and a big sense of responsibility on the outside.
Without knowing it, I've ended up fulfilling several of my mother's wishes already. But going to a festival is the one thing that I cannot do for her. Perhaps this is one thing that can simply never be. I understand. Thank you. I think I realize something now. Mother and I are so similar in so many ways. The things she faced are things that I too will go on to face. She chose to place her unfulfilled wishes onto the identity of Tsubaki. As for me, I've already decided.
Oh, so you decided on an alter ego too?
No, I don't plan to do anything like that. I think I will set myself a new goal. To live each day without regrets. So, Traveler, Deep breaths, Ayaka. Deep breaths. Would you be at all interested in checking out an Inazuman festival?
Paimon's been dying to go ever since we saw that poster. Paimon would love to go with you, Ayaka.
Hey, come on, don't make fun. It's just because I used to have the same concerns my mother did. But now, I don't think I need to worry about it so much. I'm going to be true to myself and fulfill the wish that my mother and I shared. I know that you of all people can understand me going my own way on this. So, let's do this, you and me. Let's go to a festival together.
Shockingly enough, yes. About, 2 hours ago, I said I was gonna stop because I was very drunk, but then I chugged a bunch of water and now I'm not drunk anymore, and so I feel fine. So I'm gonna go to the end of this Ayaka quest, and then I guess tomorrow we're gonna do more of the Archon quest.
Paimon wants to come! Festivals here have loads of tasty snacks too, right? Oh, and fun and games!
Great. Thanks, you guys.
Yeah, after this I'm definitely also going to bed. I understand that. So thank you for coming. They said I stream a lot on Saturdays and Sundays, but maybe I'll start streaming during the week. Maybe. I always say that. And then my life just goes wild and then I don't.
If we head over now, we should still make it in time.
Oh, good point. Today is the last day, right? What are we waiting for? Let's go!
Alright. Oh, I've been working on artifacts for Zhongling all week. You would be proud. I've gotten on almost, I think I've gotten on every day but Friday this week. And I only didn't get on Friday because I was playing a video game with my dad, and then I kind of just got off, and I was like, I don't really want to go and play another video game. Nice! Yeah, I haven't pulled anybody, obviously, because I'm on the guarantee, so I have to avoid pulling.
We're here, but it doesn't seem as lively as Paimon imagined. What's going on?
Since it's the final day, many of the visitors must have already returned home. I've heard that the peddlers often close up shop earlier on the last day, because there are fewer people around. I'll go and ask. Whatever happens, I at least need to go inside just this once.
That's the way to go. We'll be right there with you.
It hasn't closed yet. It's just that there aren't many people left. Let's hurry and see as much as we can.
Hey, look at that stall! They have so many masks! Paimon's heard that everyone's supposed to wear a mask at these kinds of festivals. Is that rule still around nowadays, or...?
That used to be the custom, yes. And today, it's still a popular way to dress up during festivals. But it's not a hard and fast rule.
Hey! Is that who I think it is? Miss Kamisato, right?
Oh, greetings.
People seem to recognize Ayaka wherever we go. Guess that's just what it's like when you're a famous Inazuman.
My little dragon in the background.
But of course! The Kamisato clan leads the Yashiro Commission. It's one of the most well-known clans in Inazuma. Not least because back when Master and Miss Kamisato had just taken over the family's affairs, they used to make public appearances all the time. Some of the younger generations have never even seen Miss Kamisato in person before. Being the age I am, I'm lucky enough to have seen her on many occasions over the years.
You're too kind. My brother and I simply go where we must to fulfill our duties.
But this is the first time I've seen anyone from your family at a festival. There must be some official business, I take it.
Oh, there isn't actually. Today, I'm taking my traveler friend here around to see the sights.
Oh, a traveler? Huh. Now that you mention it, you do look like you've come a long way to get here. First time in Inazuma? Hope you enjoy yourself, young one. Ah, excuse me 1 second. Hey everyone, listen up! Don't close up yet! Miss Kamisato has come to join the festival!
No, it's not like that. Please, there's no need to make a fuss. We're just here to...
Yeah, thanks a lot, mister! If you hadn't let them know, they'd start closing down about now, right? At least it sure looks like that time of day.
Yep, you got it. But on account of this being the first time Miss Kamisato has ever come to the festival, it seems only fair to keep things open a little longer. Oh, here's a couple of masks for you. On the house.
No. You've been far too accommodating to us already. We couldn't possibly...
Don't give me all that. Here you go. Here you go. It's not often that we regular folks get some attention from the Yashiro Commission, so I've got to mark the occasion somehow. Besides, it'll make me look bad if you refuse.
But... Okay, I think I understand.
It's my pleasure. You have yourself a good time.
Sir, do you have anything for Paimon?
Oh, hello there, kiddo. I'm sorry, but we don't have any masks in your size.
Huh? Surely you're not gonna let Paimon be the only one at the festival without a mask?
Paimon, don't worry. Wearing a mask is optional.
But... Paimon doesn't want to feel left out.
How about a tree leaf? That should be enough to cover up that little face of yours.
What? No way!
Oh, okay then. In that case, I'm afraid there's nothing I can do right now. But don't you worry, kiddo. I'll have a mini mask made specially for you when I get back.
I am surprised that they don't have a mask to fit her face because, like, theoretically she should just have a kid-sized face. And, like, you would think that'd be the big seller, is kids' masks. Although I guess maybe he's sold out.
Cannot thank you enough.
Aw, it's nothing. But I won't hold you up any longer. You should go and enjoy the festival while everything's still lit up.
Don't you worry, Ayaka. It's lit up all the time. It's been 3 years, and it's still lit up. Can confirm.
Oh, wait. Just one thing. I need to explain myself. I got a little nervous back there, and I just made up any old excuse. But don't think of this as me taking you sightseeing, please. I brought you here because I genuinely wanted to spend time with you. Okay, great.
I don't know. I mean, the masks people are wearing kind of seem like they'd fit Paimon's face.
Traveler, look! This stall's doing fortune slips.
Oh god, I've already done a lot of fortune slips.
Miss Kamisato, hello there. You're out with friends today? Oh, what a rare privilege. Welcome, welcome. Would you like to give it a go?
Okay. How much is it per draw?
I wouldn't expect you to know this, but the Yashiro Commission was very good to my uncle on my father's side at one point in time. Thinking about it, it was when your father was around. I think he dealt with it personally. So you see, how could I possibly take your money?
What? Are you sure?
Of course. If you like what you see, then please, be my guest. Same goes for your two friends here.
Traveler? Paimon? What do you think?
I think that guy looks suspiciously like Enjo.
Seems like everyone wants to do something nice for Ayaka. So, if they insist, who are we to resist?
Well, if that's how you feel, then okay. We'll take you up on your kind offer, sir. Let's each do a draw.
Alrighty then. Whenever you're ready. Draw a slip and reveal your fortune.
Look at this. They could have at the very least, if they're not going to make... You missed it. We talked about outfits earlier. Because that was part of the Ayaka quest. It's us refusing a new outfit. They could have at least made an alternate outfit of us having the little fox mask on the side of our face.
Open it up and see how you fare.
Whoa! Which one did you get? Paimon got Rising Fortune.
No way! We got the same one! Traveler, what did you get? Wow, you're so lucky!
Ah, congratulations are in order! Here's what great fortune among people means. As the golden koi fish shines amidst the turquoise waves, your name shall be illustrious, and the wealthy and powerful will surge to your aid. In other words, your good luck isn't about to run out anytime soon.
It's funny that they talk about koi fish because later we do actually work with a golden koi.
What a great sign! Good things lie ahead!
Congratulations.
You all have very fine fortunes lined up. With this kind of luck, you'll certainly be able to achieve anything that you wish.
Well said! Here's hoping that our good luck will never run out!
Yes, I think they should have made a traveler skin for... I don't think we need one for Mondstadt. I think this outfit that we have works for Mondstadt, but I think they could have made us outfits for all of the other nations. And I think that would have been a good introduction to outfits.
This food stall sells all kinds of Inazuman specialties. Anything you want to eat, it's my treat.
And, like, I know that they don't want to make the other outfits free, and, like, part of me was like, okay, you know, you're going to introduce outfits, like, okay, fine, put them behind a paywall. Obviously, I'd love them to be free, though, and I think that would make sense story-wise. Like, and I think there's ways to incorporate parts of our main outfit now. Like, obviously, we would have the glowing element. And we would have the flower in our hair, regardless of outfit. And I know sometimes, because I've seen TikToks where people make mods, which obviously isn't following the rules of Hoyoverse, where they change the character's hair, but I would be fine with us having, like, the same hair, same flower in our hair, same stuff like that, and just the bottom half of our, like, below the neck, having it be changed.
Wow, it all looks so good! Is it okay if Paimon has one of
But
everything?
I don't get why they had this whole storyline where Ayaka offered to get us an outfit and then we turned it down. Like, what's the point? Or why they... I mean, I understand why they had the... But they've had now a couple different fashion stores in different countries. And I don't get it. Because that could have been like... Maybe you could have made the traveler skin kind of like the instruments where you can buy them with just a shit ton of Mora. And that would have been fun too.
Of course it is.
But we don't want anything to go to waste. Let's try them one at a time. Ooh, Ayaka, Paimon wants those dango.
Sure.
Uh-huh, those look good too. Ooh, but so do the egg rolls. Paimon will try an egg roll too, please.
All right then. I too shall have a Sakura mochi.
All right, coming right up.
This Sakura mochi is just delicious.
Not bad, huh? It's one of our best sellers.
Oh, please, sir. Paimon would like some more.
I don't know if it's rude of me to ask, but how is this kind of snack actually made?
You want to try your hand at making it yourself? No problem. Just give me a second and I'll write out the recipe for you.
Ooh, a new recipe?
Are you sure about this? If you share the recipe, isn't that tantamount to giving away your trade secrets or something?
Well, it was you who gave Kiminami Restaurant that recipe for an overseas dish, wasn't it? She and I are good friends. We trade culinary tips all the time. Here you go. Just treat it as me returning a favor on behalf of my friend.
Thank you so much. I will study it very carefully and try my best to do it justice.
You there. You want the recipe too? Go on, I can see that you enjoyed it. There's no greater feeling than creating delicious food with your own two hands. You should definitely give it a try.
I will. Once I've learned how to make it, will you two be my taste testers?
Oh, definitely! Can't wait!
All right. I'll do my best.
Well, we may have arrived near the end of the festival, but it's still been super fun. Paimon approves!
Yes, I agree. To spend the festival together with you today has been a truly wonderful experience. This stall sells prayer plaques. It's an Inazuman tradition. You draw your wish onto a pentagonal piece of wood called a prayer plaque, and pray that it will come true.
Sounds similar to the way people in Liyue release lanterns during Lantern Rite. Those are used for making wishes too.
Welcome. Looking for prayer plaques? Every wish is sacred, and you've still got time to make yours before the festival ends.
Looks fun! Shall we give it a try? Oh, wait, there's writing and drawing involved? Ugh, count Paimon out then. Paimon's head's
Is this
feeling kinda
confirmation that Paimon can't read or write?
time for an intense burst of mental activity.
2 prayer plaques,
Okay,
please,
she
sir.
says it's because she ate too much, but I'm gonna...
2 prayer plaques for the young lady. There you go.
That's a weird thing to say.
Traveler, have you decided on your wish?
I feel like it's gonna be one of those things that people interpret as like, Paimon doesn't want to write her wish down because she's secretly going betraying us this whole time.
Yes.
You can either draw a picture to represent your wish or write it out in words. Either way, once you've committed your wish onto your plaque, please hang it onto the prayer rack.
I feel like my opinion on Paimon, if I've never expressed it, is that I just feel like they've made it too obvious that Paimon could betray us. I think if it's going to be a Paimon is somehow connected to Celestia, it's going to be like a sleeper agent, or like she doesn't know, but they've been using her.
Wait, so they'll be on public display? Alright, well, let's see what you got.
That will do for mine. May I see yours? This is you and your brother, isn't it? It's lovely.
You'll be back together one day. Paimon believes it, and you should too.
If he wasn't such a little bitch, joining the Abyss.
I believe it too. Your wish will surely come true. And I will keep you in my prayers.
Ayaka, what did you draw? Is that Tenchukaku?
That's right. I wish for peace and happiness for everyone in Inazuma, and good health for my family and friends. I do hope that wish can come true. Thank you. That gives me hope.
I do think she is somehow connected to Celestia. I just don't think it's going to be so obvious as, like, Paimon's been evil all along. Like, I think they could go sleeper agent or something along those lines, or she's secretly, you know, a god in a situation similar to Guoba, where, like, she's lost her powers, and also in Paimon's specific situation, she's lost her memory. Like I said, I just don't think they're going to turn her around to be like, Paimon's been knowingly evil this whole time. I just don't buy that.
I think that might be all we have time for today.
Aw, it's time to leave already?
I'm afraid so. The festival is coming to a close. Time flies when you're having fun. It seems to flow away from you like a rushing river, as precious and short-lived as a cherry blossom dancing in the wind. It's time to leave. Traveler, today was the first time in my life that I've ever been to a festival. You've known me for some time now. I think you understand my personality, don't you? Knowing me, I just know that today could not have been such a happy day without you. So thank you. Today really meant a lot to me. And the memories will always have a special place in my heart.
Yeah.
Festivals are great. There aren't many rules. Everyone has that smile that comes from deep inside. And it's just so carefree and happy.
I just think some people really interpret... There have been a lot of comments from Paimon regarding, like, Paimon will never betray you. Paimon will always be with you and stuff. And I feel like there are people, especially, like, there's some lore and speculation, people who really, like, buy into this, like, Paimon has been tricking us this whole time. I don't buy into that route. Like, so I think, if anything, it'll turn into like Paimon was like a sleeper agent, or I don't think Paimon is willingly going to betray us.
If I ever get the chance.
But also, Hoyoverse games tend to
I
not
wanna
have
go
happy
again.
endings.
You too? Great! You know, we're kind of similar, with both of us having a brother. Sometimes...
And yours
I
appears
feel like
to be
I can
missing
relate to the
too.
determination you must have to get your brother back. I understand. Family bonds are inseparable. No one can break them. They are the most important roots we have in this world. You will find him. Come what may, you must never give up. I will always be here for you as your... as your friend. I will always support you. As long as you're happy, I'm happy.
This is such a weird cutscene. I don't. This is so weird. Her and her shoes in the water,
Traveler.
and
There's
doing a
something
weird
that
dance.
I'd like to do.
And
If you could spare me yet another moment. Please, keep your eyes on me.
no, it's a good cutscene.
What do you think of my dance? Did you like it?
And I do like the dance. I think it's the Traveler. Keep your eyes on me. Like, it's just such a weird statement to make.
It was so pretty. Beautiful, elegant, and something else Paimon can't put into words. Paimon doesn't really know what it was, but it is art.
And again, this is probably a cultural thing, but I also, and Ayaka's not really, isn't the only character that this occurs on. It also occurs on, like, characters like Shinobu and stuff, but I really don't get the weird, like, sandal that cuts into the sock thing. It looks like it splits the toes in half. I don't know, but it's a little weird.
I'm not very good at this kind of dance. So, as long as I didn't embarrass myself, that's all that matters. I just had a sudden urge, and I ran with it. In a way,
I don't wear
that
socks
sort
with
of
any of
sums up
my
today for me.
sandals.
Dancing
Maybe that's
like
what I'm trying
nobody's
to
watching.
say.
That goes for you too. When I'm with you, time seems to slow down and speed up at the same time.
Face it, all of the characters simp for the Traveler, though. Let's be honest. That's the part, that is like halfway part of the purpose of the story quests and hangouts is to hint at a traveler romance.
Anyway, it looks like this is goodbye for today.
Oh, I've cut Ayaka's face off with the dragon.
I can see myself the rest of the way back. Good night, traveler.
Watch out, there is a Sisson mage up ahead of you, just so you know. It is cute that the traveler is humming it on her way back. They're trying kicking the ball in the background. And finally, I had taken the dragon off on my main account. I can't remember why. I think it was I was taking pictures and I didn't want it in the pictures, and I finally remembered to put it back up. Put the. All right, tomorrow we can set this, but I finally remembered to.
Inazuma's not such a bad place. Paimon's having a pretty good time. But we should probably go and see about the next operation that Toma and Ayaka were talking about, right?
I think they don't want to put any of them in a relationship. Just because, while it's not a dating sim, they do want to kind of leave that open to interpretation, just because that will get people interested in the characters. Like, people will still get interested in the characters if they're in a relationship, but you'll notice with gacha games a lot, none of the characters are in actual relationships, or if they are, it's with the MC. Because otherwise, why will people spend money to pull on them? So, I have read some cute Ayaka Toma fanfiction, though. There's some really cute Ayaka Toma, and then I've read a lot of Ayato and Toma fanfiction. Okay. I'm gonna go to bed now, because I'm really tired. But thank you for coming. It's been great. Live, laugh, love, and all that. I don't know. And have a good night/day.
Even if an antique is priceless, the happiness it...
Goof night. I guess technically it's morning for me, but... Oh, that makes me feel gross to think that it's already morning.